Good evening. Can you all hear me? Okay. So let us start today's session. Today we are going to see the decision making section of XAT 2012. Okay, so we'll solve the entire section, the entire decision making part of XAT 2012. There were how many questions? Let's see. In all, there were 25 questions. Out of these 25 questions, 4 questions would be taken by Nitin sir because they involve DI. So let's start. What I'll do is that I'll give you time for question number 1 to question number 5. Okay. Please solve question number 1 to question number 5. You have 10 minutes. It is 9:05 right now. 9:15. I will start the discussion for question 1 to question number 5. Okay, should we check question 1 to 5? Okay, that is sufficient time. Let's check. So for question number 1 and 2, we have to take a look at this letter written by Mr. Arvind Singh. And what Mr. Arvind Singh is saying is that there are 2 people, Chaitanya Rao and Ajit Singh. Chaitanya Rao and Ajit Singh, what will happen is that they are actually already serving in some capacity on the cultural committee. Okay. And they also will be in the disciplinary committee. So this is something which is inconsistent with the rules. How can they, because the rule is that no 2 officers can hold positions on the same committee, right? So they are already serving in the cultural committee and they have been nominated for the disciplinary committee, and that is why this is going to be. Okay, yeah, it is the opposite. They're already serving in the disciplinary committee. They're already serving in the disciplinary committee, and they have been nominated for nominated for officer status in the cultural committee, and this is going to be inconsistent because no 2 officers can hold positions on the same committee, right? So very, very simple question, very, very simple passage. And based on this is asking you, which of the following is an essential flaw that the writer of the letter overlooked? What did he overlook? He overlooked the fact that Ajit and Rao, right now they have just been nominated. They have just been nominated. They have not been selected, right? So I think number D. In fact, Mr. Arvind, the person who has written the letter, he himself has written that they have been nominated. Merely being nominated does not mean that you automatically selected. So the flaw is that as of now, Rao and Ajit are yet to be confirmed as officers. They have just filed the nominations. They have just been nominated. Okay. Number A, Rao and Ajit are already serving together on the disciplinary committee. Okay, so this is the flaw that the writer of the letter overlooked. Yes, okay, how? But the two officers are not allowed. Okay, it was decided that no two officers would hold positions on the same committee. Yeah, uh, but please understand, that right now what is happening is that even though these two people, they are in the committee, they are in the disciplinary committee. Okay, both Ajit and Rao, they are in the disciplinary committee, but we don't know whether they are in the capacity of officer or not. They may not be in the capacity of officer. They may be, they are in the disciplinary committee as they are officers. Kaise? How? A meeting was held. A meeting was held on 3rd December 2011, and it was decided that no two officers would hold positions on the same committee. Now, both Ajit and Rao, they are in the disciplinary committee, but that does not mean that in the disciplinary committee they have officer status. That does not automatically mean, okay, they may be in the disciplinary committee, but they may be in some other capacity, not in the capacity of officer. The problem, all the problem is that they have been nominated on the cultural committee, and the status is going to be officer status. In the disciplinary committee, it is quite possible that they, even though they both are in this committee, they do not have officer status. So I don't think number A will make sense. Okay, did you understand why A is not right? So I think D is the best answer for question number 1. For question number 2, if both the nominations are confirmed, then which of the following exhaustively and reasonably describes actions that may occur in the near future? Now, if both of them become officers in the cultural committee, then what will happen? Because the committee cannot have two officers, then yes, number E I think will be the best solution. Either Rao or Ajit will resign his position from the cultural committee, and the other will resign his position from the disciplinary committee. Absolutely. I think number E is the best solution for question number 2. Okay. Either Rao or Ajit resigns his membership. But over here, problem is that it should be reasonable. Why should only one person resign? Why should only one person resign? And then how are you going to select? Even though number B will work, but the problem is that how are you going to select who is going to resign? So whatever decision should be taken, it should actually impact both. Nikita, what are you saying? Why the disciplinary committee? Why resign the membership? Resign his position means in B. Yes, yes. In number B, other options are biased. Yes, other options are biased. What other options are doing is, that they are only targeting one person. So even though they may work, but because they're targeting only one person, I don't think they're reasonable. Number E is impacting both Rao and Ajit. So I think E is a better one. And Nikita, yes, in a sense you are right. There is no need to resign membership. You just need to resign your position. You can be a member without holding any position. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, Arvind, what is your question? Why one has to resign from disciplinary committee? Because see what will happen in the cultural committee. Okay, they have officer status. They have officer status, but only one of them can stay there. Only one of them can stay there. So let us say if Rao resigns, okay, then there is a disciplinary committee. Now in the disciplinary committee, both of them are there. Both Rao and Ajit, they both are there. Okay, Rao and Ajit, they both are there, even though they may not be officers. Even though they may not be officers, but if over here you asking Rao to resign, then from this committee, Ajit also should resign. Only one person should be there. Only then it's going to be fair for Rao. Otherwise, Rao will say. Otherwise, what will Rao say? Rao will say, "Oh, you are letting Ajit stay on two committees, one as the officer and one just as a member. So isn't it unfair?" Or if the same thing is done with Ajit, and Ajit also can treat it as unfair. So it's better that they remain just in one of the committees in whatever position. Okay, Arvind? Did you understand? Is this clear? It could be possible that Rao becomes member of cultural committee. Yes, that is possible, but we don't have that information. We don't have that information. As far as cultural committee is concerned, we just know that they are being given officer status. Whether if you give away your officer status, then whether you can stay as a member or not, can't say. So that will require a lot of assumptions. Okay, because otherwise, Arvind, otherwise then nothing will work. तब तो कोई भी work नहीं करेगा ना. Then they will say that okay, we will हम सब officer position से हटा देते हैं. We will stay on all the committees. We will stay on all the committees as members, but will not be officers in any of the committees. So there will be no solution. So from the given options, I think the best and the fairest one, the best and the fair solution is going to be E. Okay. Okay, then let's come to the next set. Question number 3 to 5. It is talking about Ginger Automobiles, which is a subsidiary of Pepper Automobile Company. Now, this company is going to launch a new variant called Limo, a new product called Limo, and it will launch it 6 months before schedule in both India and China. However, because of some issues, it will not be launched in India, but it is going to be launched only in China as per the original plan. So there's been some issue in the Indian suppliers plant, so the product launch in India will be delayed. Now, when Limo was launched in China, then it captured 30% market share, which was 200% higher than expected. Indian customers also wanted to purchase Limo, but actually they are unhappy because Limo is, as of now, not available in India. And the dealers, the automobile dealers, they are also worried that customers, how long will they wait? They will switch to other cars. So this is the situation. Based on this situation, he's given you two statements, and he's asking you which can be concluded justifiably. Statement 1, in the Chinese market, BAFT and Hebe are competing models in Limo's target market. Due to increase in sales of Limo by 200%, BAFT and Hebe saw their market share decline by 10%. Just because there has been increase in sales of Limo by 200%, is it absolutely certain that BAFT and Hebe has seen market share decline by 10%? No, it's not certain. Probably probably whatever increase in sales of Limo has come, it has come at the expense of some other competitor. How can you say that these two are the competitors that have lost the market share? Probably there was some third or fourth or fifth competitor. So no judgment can be made. So it cannot be concluded. Statement 1 cannot be concluded. We don't know if the share decline is 10% or not. Okay, BAFT and eBay, yes, whether the share declined by 10% or not, we can't say. It's possible that Limo ate the market share of some other competitor. Isn't it possible? BAFT and eBay may have been unaffected, right? So that is why we cannot conclude statement number 1. Statement number 2, BAFT and eBay were not desired by the customers due to their new features. Due to their new features. Again, we cannot say anything about BAFT and eBay. Everything that we can talk about is about Limo. BAFT and eBay, we have absolutely no information. Therefore, neither 1 nor 2 can be concluded. I think answer for this question should be D. Okay, for question number 3. Some of you marked A as well. But no, A is not right. I think D should be the answer. Is this clear? Number 4, question number 4. Unhappy customers will not only leave the company, but they will also spread negative publicity about the company. So the best way among the options below to deal with such customers is what? If you don't want them to leave the company, if you don't want them to spread negative publicity, then yes, I think number B is the best solution. You suggest the customers to consider purchasing any of the other PAC's models available, and for that you give them substantial discount along with gifts. You make it attractive so that they don't leave the company. That is your intention. You want them to purchase a company product. You don't want them to spread negative publicity. So if they are purchasing your other models, if you're showering them with discounts and gifts, then probably they will be enticed to purchase other models. Number B looks good. Number E does not look good. The best way to keep them happy or to deal with them is to suggest to the top management of PAC to manufacture essential components in either India or China. So what will this do? How will this keep the customers happy? As it is, you are manufacturing it in India. If you want, you can shift it to China. Essential component which was manufactured in India, you can shift it to China, but then that is going to take time. In the meanwhile, these customers, they will go to some other company and purchase a car. So number E will not stop them from leaving. It may get costlier. It may. Okay? Right? So question number 4, I think B is the best solution from the given options. Number 5, now there is a customer, Mr. Murugan from Chennai. He actually wants to buy the Limo car, but Limo is not available as of now. So he contacted Mr. Ahmed, a dealer in Chennai, and he knows that Mr. Ahmed is very, he always indulges in fair dealing. Even though Ginger Automobile is yet to announce the actual price and also the process for allocation of the vehicle, but Mr. Murugan, what he wants to do is that he wants to deposit an approximate price of Limo so that whenever it is available, he gets the first available unit of Limo. So if Mr. Ahmed, the dealer, he wants to maximize his cash flow, what should he do? Yes, he should accept the payment. Number C, he should accept the payment, but also he should clarify that delivery is subject to company policy. So whenever the company starts deliveries, only then he is going to get the delivery. He cannot, after making the deposit, he cannot, mount pressure that you need to deliver the car right now. So you clarify that delivered is subject to company policy. Whenever the company starts makes the units available, then it will be delivered. Number D, do not collect the amount. If you don't collect the amount, how will you maximize your cash flow? The question is asking you that if you want to maximize your cash flow, then what should you do? If you want to maximize, how can you not collect the amount? So you will collect the amount, but then you'll make it clear. You'll make it clear that there is no fixed delivery date. Okay? I think question number 5, answer should be D. Anybody has any doubt from question 1 to question number 5? Okay. Now coming to, please explain option E as well. So Mr. Ahmed should collect the amount and he should transfer it to the account of Ginger Automobiles instead of keeping it in his personal account. Why should he transfer it to Ginger Automobiles? He is a dealer. He is a dealer. He will buy it from the company. So he will buy it only when the company gives the deliveries. Right? So if till the time the company is not giving deliveries of the cars, why should the dealer transfer the money? He should keep it in his personal account. Okay. So 1 to 5 is done, and 6 to 9 we leave it as of now. As of now, when Nitin sir will join you, then you can take up 6 to 9. Let's come to the next case, questions number 10 to 15. Question number 10 to 15, it is lengthy, okay, spread over 4 slides and questions. There are 6 questions over here. So take 10-15 minutes. It is 9:35 right now. 9:35, 9:50 we will start the discussions of question 10 to 15. Please start. Okay, let's see. Now the case is very, very simple. Okay, very, very simple. We know that Mr. Techniquewala, he has started a company, and in this company he has a business advisory group called BAG. And what he does is that in BAG, he actually does not, he rejected applications by young MBAs fresh out of business schools, because in the BAG he wanted people with extensive industry experience, and the BAG has helped the company a lot. After the death of Mr. Techniquewala, his daughter has taken over, and what she has done is that the daughter prefers that the BAG develop new ideas, and therefore she inducted freshly graduated MBAs from premier business schools. So out of 30 members in the BAG, 35 were old timers and 15 were new graduates. And Mr. Shiv, who was a newly recruited MBA, was made in charge of this group. Another thing which the daughter did is that she wants to implement ERP system in her organization. In the organization where she was working on the ERP system, and now she wants to install it in her company. However, she has failed to see that there is a difference between installing an ERP system and actually working on a system that is already installed. So when ERP was when she was trying to get it installed, there were a lot of problems that were faced. After 2 months, when a review meeting was done, she was not very satisfied. Ms. Techniquewala was dissatisfied with the progress, and she asked Mr. Shiv to get the ERP completed in 6 months instead of 14 months. And Mr. Shiv, he actually made that commitment. He said, okay, instead of 14 months, we'll get it completed in 6 months. But because of this commitment, a lot of problems started. Because schedules had to be rejigged. The old people in the group, they were actually also not able to keep abreast with the schedule. It became very hectic for them, and in fact, he also had to give a reprimand to an old member of the BAG, Mr. Lal. Okay, so these are the problems problems that he faced. Based on this case, I think everything is absolutely clear. Based on this case, question number 10, he's asking you, which of the following could have been a better response of Mr. Shiv to Ms. Tekniwali's request to reschedule the ERP implementation? What should Mr. Shiv have done? What should he have done? Yes, because the BAG members, they are primarily responsible. So I think there should have been he should have consulted them. They all should have looked at the feasibility of the entire plan rather than unilaterally making a commitment. Mr. Shiv should have talked to everyone in that group, in the BAG, Business Advisory Group, because these are the people who are responsible for getting it implemented, even though Mr. Shiv may be there in charge. Yes, number E should be the answer for question number 10. Number 11, which of the following can be identified as the immediate cause for the problems in BAG? All the problems that we see is because of unilateral decision making by Mr. Shiv. Absolutely. Whatever commitment he made, he did not consult anyone. He did not want to disagree with Ms. Tekniwali, and that is why he made the decision without any consultation. And because of that, all the problems started. So yes, number E is the answer for question number 11. Number 12, how should Mr. Shiv cope with the situation now? Choose the best option, considering Mr. Shiv's career would be at stake if the ERP project fails, and assuming that for carrying out the options, he has the necessary authority to do so. What should he do? Everybody mark D. Yes. He should develop work routines aligned to the ERP project requirements, and he should hire extra resources because he has, he has cut down the time by more than half. So extra resources would have to be hired to deal with ad hoc requirements and for other ERP project requirements. Absolutely, I think this is the best solution from the given options. If anybody has any other ideas or if there is any other option you would like to check, we can discuss. We are in no rush, okay? Number 13, of all the problems being faced in BAG, which of the following is neither discussed nor hinted at? What do you think? Which is neither discussed nor hinted at? Absolutely, it is neither discussed nor hinted that there is the young members and the old members of BAG, they cannot work along. They are working along. There are 50 people. Out of 50 people, 35 people are old members and 15 are younger members. So they are working along. It is only on one matter and one person is having a problem with the BAG members. So this actually is not inferred at all from anywhere. Number E, we can infer Mr. Shiv's lack of understanding of the sensitivities of the older members of the BAG. He does not understand. That is why he reprimanded Mr. Lal. That is why he is asking them to come on weekends as well. Okay, so I think number E, it is hinted, it is discussed. Question number 14. Number 14, after her father's demise, the best way Ms. Teknikwali could have gone about dealing with BAG group would have been to do what? What should she have done? Yes, I think she should have discussed things because the BAG, it has experienced members. These are members. It did not have fresh people. Excuse me. It had experienced members. So she should have talked to the experienced members. They would have given her some insight, and based on that discussion, then she should have made some kind of a decision. So but right now, whatever she's done seems very unilateral, dictatorial. Number E, what she should have done is that she should break down BAG into different subgroups. It would be easy to tackle one subgroup at a time and do what she wanted to achieve. Okay, so ये कैसे solve करेगा problem? If you break the group, there are 50 members, you make 10 groups. You make 10 groups, okay, and you assign different. A group को legal दे दिया, A group को you give them the technical work. It seems easy. It seems easy, but problem is that she is not satisfied with the members of the group. So if you have the same members, you are dividing them into 10 groups. That is not going to make any difference. She should have discussed with the members, and then she should have made a decision. If she had found the members lacking, then yes, then probably she could have done something. But without talking to the members, she made a decision that okay, I'm going to include 15 new people, and I'm going to get ERP implemented. So I think A is the best answer for question number 14. 15. It can be inferred from the above case that implementation of an ERP package in an organization requires creation of a team that has what? We need a team. Okay, people who are problem solvers. Okay, we need people who are problem solvers. I think if you want to implement ERP technology, you have to be familiar with the operations for a long duration of time. Because only then you will know what are the problems you will face on a daily basis. Okay, so people who have been in, I would go with E. People who are involved with operations for a long duration of time, along with people who are aware of the latest in ERP technology. Okay, so if you mark number D, there can be some problem solvers, and there are people who are abreast of the latest ERP technology, but they are problem solvers. Okay, they are problem solvers, but problem is that how will they know what kind of problem? How will they anticipate problems? When a problem occurs, then they will probably solve it. But if you hire people who have had experience for a long duration, then they can anticipate the problems. They can anticipate the problems, and then they can they can make the transition very smooth. E was the exact situation as given in the passage. Okay. Nikita, what are you saying? The problem was with less number of people. There were fewer people. There were fewer people. Okay. So what you're trying to say is that all this problem is occurring because the number of people that should be there, it is low. We need more people for the job. That is what you're trying to say? Okay, somewhat yes. But in number E, please understand, in number E, where are you saying? Where are you saying that you will not hire many people? Let us say there are 50 members in the BAG, right? Now there are hundreds of other members who have experience, who have operational experience. So over here, it is just saying that you create a team which has people who have operational experience. That means you're not saying that we will only take limited number of people. So the quantity cannot be a problem in number E as well. There is no limit on the number of people who can be there in the team. I can take hundreds of people who are experienced. But because they are experienced, they will be able to anticipate problems, and the transition to the ERP, I think, will be smoother. So I think I'll still stay with E. Excuse me. My response will still be E. Okay? Then how does it justify what happened in the passage? No, what happened in the passage is not problem. That there is a problem in the passage. It is just telling you that there is a problem. Okay, but from the problem, what do we understand? From the problem, we understand that we need people. We need lots of people. We need lots of people. Okay, lots of people दोनों में ही है, D and E both. In number D also you can hire lots of people. In number E also there can be lots of people in their team. But what kind of people do you need? What kind of people do you need? You need people who have experience. Yes or no? Right amount. So you are assuming in number E, you are assuming that we can just hire limited number of people. We can create a team. There is no limit. There is no limit on the number of members that you can have in this team. He never says that the number of people in the team would be limited. So it's always better to have people who have experience, isn't it? Because they are working in the company, they know the problems, they can anticipate the problems. So I think I'll mark E as the answer given the choice. Please take a look. Anybody has any issue, ask please. In question number 10, why can we not mark A? Okay. So what could have been a better response of Mr. Shiv to Ms. Technique Wali's request to reschedule the ERP implementation? He should look at the industry best practices regarding fast tracking of ERP projects, and then he should commit to a new deadline. Okay, whatever the industry best practices, but please understand, you cannot, industrial best practices may not necessarily be a benchmark for your company. Your company can be very different. Okay, your company can be very, very different, because even though in the same, for example, right now, if you look at the telecom sector, let's take the example of the telecom sector. All of them, there are three players right now. We all know that there are three players: Airtel, Vodafone, and Reliance. Yes or no? Only Reliance is not facing a problem. Only Reliance is not facing a problem as of now. Airtel and Vodafone, they have to cough up almost 90,000 crore rupees as spectrum fee. Yes or no? 90,000 crores they have to pay to the government as spectrum fee. I mean, just a few days back, Supreme Court judgment also came in that no, that they will have to pay this amount. So that is why Vodafone is saying that they have actually written down the value of the investment. So what I'm trying to say is, industry, in this industry, these two are on a different pedestal, and Reliance is on a different pedestal. So it's not necessary that whatever happens in the industry as a whole is suitable for your particular company. Okay, Arvind? Okay. So now let's come to the next set. Question number 16 and 17, two questions, and I think 18 to 20 also you can do it in one shot. So let's take up these two exercises from 16 to question number 20. Okay, you wanted to know why A cannot be the answer. Okay. So please take a look at question number 16 to question number 20. I'll give you around 10-15 minutes. 16 to 20. Please start. Okay, let's discuss this. Now, question number 16 to 17, what is happening is that in Vishwa Vijay Public School, because of increased popularity of reality shows and television channels, what has happened is that the elocution competition has lost its appeal. And that is why Mr. Evan, who is the head of the English department, he has introduced choral recitation for junior section as part of the elocution competition, right? Now, because of this choral recitation, this initiative has increased number of people who are attending the elocution competition. Even though number of people have increased, some teachers are unhappy. Why? Why they're unhappy? The reason is that they are expected to be present at school on the day of the competition, which is normally a weekend. Why is it a weekend? Because the school wants to accommodate working parents. And the teachers were not granted leave on the day of VMEC, and that is why they used to be unhappy regarding this aspect. So the only reason why they are unhappy is that they have to work on a day that would normally be a holiday for them. Very, very simple. Based on this question number 16, Miss Sabina, the principal of VPS, is aware that some of her teachers are unhappy. She wants to be seen as fair and just. Which option is the best one that she should exercise? What should she do? Because the main issue is that they're working on weekends, so the best way is to compensate the teachers who come for the extra day. Absolutely. I think the grudge that they have, that they have to even work on a weekend, that would be to a certain extent, that grudge would be reduced if they are paid, adequately compensated. So yes, number B should be the answer for 16. 17. A group of unhappy teachers have come up with a list of action plans for the consideration of their colleagues. The action plans are listed below. There are 4 suggestions made. Now, one of the senior teachers, and who is a well-wisher of this school, he has to go through this action plan and he has to make recommendations which benefits VPS the most. So which recommendation will benefit the school the most? What do you think? If he exposes a particular teacher, is it going to benefit the school? No. If he conducts an open house discussion to gauge the unhappiness and to identify possible solutions, yes. If there's open house discussion, then people will participate, people will put forth their views, and there will be no disagreements. So number 2 will work. If you introduce music and dance competition in same format as elocution competition, then what will this do? Nothing. It will have no impact. You are just introducing a new kind of competition. Again, if you hold these competitions on a weekend, teachers will be dissatisfied. But yes, because teachers are involved in this competition, then they should be given compensation. That is why I think 2 and 4 both will work. Answer is B. Yes, all of you mark number B as the answer. Very, very good. Coming to the next case study, it has questions 18 to 20. Mr. Devanand, whose driver Ram Lal has resigned 3 months back, he's looking for another driver. Okay, he's looking for another driver, and there are different candidates. Mr. Ram Singh, sorry, not Ram Lal, Ram Singh. Ram Singh was a trusted lieutenant for Mr. Devanand, because actually Ram Singh, what he used to do is that he used to interact with other drivers and he used to gather critical information which helped Mr. Dev in successfully bidding for different contracts. And because the driver Ram Singh, he had a lot of influence on Mr. Dev, that is why some senior employees did not like him. They did not like him, and they made it difficult for him to continue in the firm, and that is the reason why the driver resigned. So now Mr. Dev is looking for a replacement, and there are 5 different candidates we see here. The candidates in a tabular form, we have all the details, the ages, educational qualification, experience, salary, expectation, and remarks about these 5 drivers. And based on this, he gives you other information that as far as Mr. Dev is concerned, he is looking for a suitable replacement for Ram. That means he needs somebody who is stable and trustworthy. As far as his family members are concerned, they don't want to appoint a young driver because young drivers are inexperienced. Okay. Now the HR manager who will be appointing the driver, he actually wants to maintain parity among all the employees. He wants to ensure that when he selects a new driver, it does not lead to discontent among senior employees of the firm. So these three different sets of people, they have to look at three different things. Based on this, based on the requirements, first question is from his perspective and taking into account the family's concerns, Mr. Dev would like to have who as a driver? Who is the most suitable driver for Mr. Dev? I think Bal Singh, because he is not young, he's experienced, and plus he's just like Ram Singh. Mr. Bal Singh is a perfect replacement for Ram Singh, and Dev Anand would like somebody like Ram Singh to work. And the family members also will not have problem because he's not very young. Okay, so 18 is very easy. 19, in order to resolve the conflicting preferences, one of Dev's friends suggested Dev, his family members and the HR manager to identify the most and least preferred candidates without considering the concerns of other stakeholders. So Mr. Dev, according to Mr. Dev's most preferred candidate is Bal Singh, least preferred candidate is Chetan. Family members' most preferred candidate is Bal Singh, least preferred candidate is Chintan. And HR manager's most preferred candidate is Chetan and least preferred candidate is Bal Singh. Question is, which of the above three statements is or are in conformity with the information provided in the passage? I think number one is in conformity. Why? Because Dev wants a person like Ram Singh. Bal Singh is such a substitute. Chetan, because he will come from a competitor. Because Chetan will come from a competitor, so I think there is a risk in hiring Chetan. So I think Chetan will be the least preferred candidate for Mr. Dev. Because Chetan also can, spy on Mr. Dev and pass on the information. And plus he will come on a temporary basis. So that is why this is absolutely right. Family members most preferred would be yes, Bal Singh because he is experienced. But the least preferred candidate would not be Chintan. It would be Mani. Because Mani, I think, is the youngest. The youngest one, wait, who's the youngest one? Money, yes, money. They don't want money. They don't want young people. So least preferred person would not be Chintan because Chintan is actually 44 years old. Least preferred candidate would be money. So number two is not right. HR manager would not like to hire a person who is very similar to Ram Singh. Bal Singh is very similar to Ram Singh. So that is why for the HR manager, Bal Singh is going to be the least preferred. Because a person like Bal Singh, again, the senior employees can have problem with a person like Bal Singh. So HR manager's least preferred candidate is Bal Singh. But what is going to be the HR manager's most preferred candidate? Can't say. That is something on which we cannot say anything. Okay? And that is why this becomes problematic. Can't say. Maybe, maybe not. We can't say with certainty. And that is why we will have to mark it as wrong. Only one. Only the first statement, therefore the answer should be A for question number 19. Did you understand? Question number 20. Who among the following five candidates is most likely to be rejected by the GM HR? Now, HR would not like a person who most resembles Ram Singh, and that candidate is Bal Singh. So yes, number C is the answer for this question. Absolutely. Anybody has any doubt? Okay, we have 5 questions. We'll take this set first. These were difficult. Question number 21 to question number 23. Question number 21 to question number 23, you can take 5 to 10 minutes. And then let's see what we can answer. Please start. Let me know when you're done. Okay, let's discuss this. Question number 21 to question number 23, he's telling you that whatever the other definitions, moral is society's code for individual survival, whereas ethics is an individual's code, excuse me, for society survival. Okay. Based on this definition, he tells you about Mr. Naresh, who is a civil contractor, and he's facing problems in his business. He has to support his society. He has to support his society. Now, this is important. Okay. Now, Naresh drew the boundary of his society to include himself, his family members, his employees, and their family members. So, according to Naresh, this is society. Anything he does for the survival of this society, that is going to be ethical. So, an individual's code for society survival means anything he does to ensure the survival of these people, that means himself, his family members, his employees, and their family members, it is going to be ethical. Now, what happens is that Naresh wants to become a government contractor, and there's another contractor called Mr. Sri Kumar. Mr. Sri Kumar tells him that if you want to become a government contractor, then you'll have to pay bribes. Otherwise, you will not get the contract. Okay. Now, based on this information, question number 21, Naresh decided to work as a government contractor, and following Sri Kumar's advice, he inflated the prices so that he could pay the bribes out of the bills received. If he did this, then what can we say about Naresh? Why is Naresh doing this? Naresh is doing this to ensure that he survives, his family survives, his employees survives. So anything that he does for the survival of his society is ethical, and that is why number E is the answer. Naresh is being totally ethical because he's doing this to ensure survival of his society. It is the individual's code for his society's survival. Did you understand why the answer is E? Anybody has any doubt here? Because these three were the kind of questions that we should generally leave. Okay, question number 22. If this is clear, let's come to question number 22. Now he tells you that a new supervisor has come in the government department, and this supervisor, what he has done is that he has produced a document in which he shows you that the rates at which Naresh had worked for private clients for similar building related work, when Naresh had done the same work for private clients, then actually he had charged less. And that is why this supervisor has accused Naresh and Sri Kumar of overpricing for government work. And he has threatened to disqualify them from the bidding process. Now Naresh in his reply says that, listen, because I use materials of inferior quality for private work, that is the reason for price difference. I use inferior quality material for my private work. That is why I charge low price from the private individuals. Okay. And for the government projects, I will be using good quality material. That is why I need better prices. Now, Mr. Sri Kumar supported Naresh in the meeting, and he said that, yes, I have seen Mr. Naresh's work, and what he's saying is absolutely right. From this situation, it can be concluded that, what can we conclude from this situation? CD. Okay. Number D. Now, please understand, we know that Naresh is being ethical. Okay, Naresh is being ethical. Why? Because he wants to get the business in order to support his society. Now, for Sri Kumar, if you remember, Sri Kumar, there was a talk of something called brotherhood. Okay, there was talk of something called brotherhood. He actually wants to support to support a member of that brotherhood. So according to Sri Kumar, if we actually understand, according to Sri Kumar, his society is this brotherhood and Naresh is a member of this brotherhood. So if Sri Kumar is siding with Naresh, he's trying to help. Yes, he's trying to help. He's trying to help a member of this brotherhood. So what is he doing? According to Sri Kumar, his society is his brotherhood. So he is also being ethical. That is why I think the best answer for this question should be C, that both of them are being ethical. Naresh is doing for his family and his employees, and Sri Kumar is doing for his brotherhood. So I think C is a better answer. Okay. Question number 23. Now another contractor, Lankawala. Okay. When he was asked to reduce prices for government work, then Lankawala said, you need to give me guarantee that no bribes would be taken. But the supervisor could not give the guarantee, and there was a fight, and there was a threats were exchanged between the supervisor and Mr. Lankawala. And later in the evening, the supervisor's dead body was seen on the railway tracks. All the people who had attended the meeting, who knew about the fight between Mr. Lankawala and the supervisor, they kept quiet. They kept quiet because they did not want to get involved in the police business. Okay, because Mr. Lankawala had threatened, so it's possible that Mr. Lankawala had got the supervisor killed. That is a possibility. But then Naresh wanted to speak out. Naresh wanted to speak out, and he wanted to tell the police that, listen, I believe that Mr. Lankawala could have done this work, but he was pressurized by Sri Kumar and other contractors not to, and as a result, he did not. He did not say anything to the police. Because of this, the case was closed unresolved and no one was found guilty. Based on this, what can we conclude? What can we conclude? See, why is Sri Kumar doing this? Sri Kumar is doing this because he does not want Naresh to get into trouble. Okay. So, Sri Kumar is ethical. Ethical to have. Okay, even though he may be immoral, because society's code, according to the definition, moral is society's code for individual survival. Society's code for individual survival. Now, what happened is that an individual has not survived. An individual has been killed. So society's code has been violated. So immoral to him. Sri Kumar is immoral, but yes, he's ethical. Now Naresh is not unethical. Why is Naresh not unethical? Tell me, why is Naresh not unethical? Because why does he not speak up? He does not speak up because he does not want to. He was pressurized by Mr. Srikant. Yes, Mr. Sri Kumar. He wants to save himself, and he wants to save himself, and he is a part of his society. He's a part of his society, right? So if he wants to save himself, that means it is his individual code for society survival. So I think the best answer should be option number A. For this question, the best answer should be option number A. Okay, is this clear? Even though over here definition जो है उल्टा है, if you actually see, then in this case study, what the definitions that they have given, it is actually inverted. वो invert हो गया है. Because what is the difference between morality and ethics? Morals are actually the guiding principles. Okay, guiding principles in real life. Morals are guiding principles. They are broader. And your ethics your ethics are actually based on morals. Your ethics are based on morals. So ethics is more personal. Ethics is more personal and moral is more broad. Okay. Nikita, it is a guiding principle for the society as a whole. For the society as a whole. Okay, so let's come to question number 24 to 25 if you have no issues with the other questions. Anybody has any doubt, please ask. Okay, now coming to question number 24 to 25, please take a look. I think it will not take more than 5 minutes. It will not take more than 5 minutes. Please take a look at question 24, 25 and then let me know when you're done. Should we check if you have completed this? Yes, all of you have completed this. This was easy. This was easy, isn't it? Because when in the Saral company we have a new general manager. Right now in this company, every employee gets a salary which is proportional to the sales achieved. But now the GM says that apart from this, there are going to be two more additional parameters in determining the salaries of the employees. And these two parameters are collection of information about competitors and quality of relationship with the retailers. Based on this understanding, question number 24, Mr. Manohar, who is the highest earning employee for the last 3 years, he vehemently opposes the GM's proposal. What can be the most likely reason for him to oppose this proposal? I think number A should be the answer, isn't it? Number A, because this proposal will be a serious threat to his favorable position in Saral company. Right now, he is getting his salary based on his okay, wait. He considers the proposal a serious threat to his favorable position in Saral company. Okay. Yeah, I think if we look at E and A, a better answer is I think I think a better answer is A. His favorable position. His favorable position. Now, favorable position can be in sense of salary also. It can be in the sense of other incentives also. It can be in the sense of hierarchical structure also. If let's say you are not earning the highest salary, then probably you will be given a rank that is lower. Don't you think that number A is more, even though position is a little bit vague, but it is more broader? Is it only about salary? Is it only the salary that matters? So when I say his favorable position would include his salary as well. What can be the likely reason? Please understand, we cannot say with certainty. We cannot say with certainty. Yes, he would like to, get the highest salary. He would like to get a salary as high as he's been earning till now. That is a given. Okay. But apart from that, is it just salary? Probably he was also the most a very top ranking. He was in a very top ranking position. Probably he was getting a lot of more incentives. The problem with number E is that it is very, yes, it has to be an assumption, Nikita, because he's telling you what could be the most likely reason. So there can be so many reasons. What is the most likely reason? Okay, if there is a plan and you are opposing it, there is a plan, you are opposing it. There are two reasons why you are opposing it. Okay, you will have to work harder. You will have to work harder for same salary. This is one reason. And number two, whatever position you have right now, it is favorable. Favorable position will reduce. Okay, when I use the term favorable position, then you are in a favorable position in terms of salary. You are in a favorable position in terms of your contacts with other people. You are in favorable position in terms of your, relations with other people. You are in a favorable position in relation to so many other things. I think this is broader. I think it is broader. Yes, initially salary was given with sales only. Right, right. Now salary will be given not just based on sales, it will be given on based on two other parameters. Okay, that all we know. That all we know that salary will be given on two other parameters. Okay, yes or no? So yes, he needs to work harder. I understand, but what you're not understanding is number A is more comprehensive. Number A includes E as well. Number A includes E as well. When you consider something to be a serious threat to your favorable position, so your favorable position includes higher salary. Also, there can be other things also, right? So it is broader. What would you try to save? You would try to save just your higher salary, or you would try to save something which includes more than just higher salary. That is why I will mark number A as the answer. Okay, I will mark number A as the answer. You're not finding it convincing, Nikita. It might be possible that he did not have good relation with some dealers. So उसका favorable position फिर threatened हो जाएगा ना? If he does not have good relation with the dealers, then his favorable position in terms of salary will be threatened. Now, when I use the word favorable position, this favorable position can be in terms of salary, it can be in terms of his relations with other people, it can be in terms of his marketing acumen. There are so many things that can be included in the favorable position. Doesn't that imply more hard work? Yes, it implies more hard work, but please understand, working hard just for the salary is just one of the aspects of his favorable position. It is just one thing. It is just one of the elements. Number E, why I'm not saying number E is right, is wrong. Number E is also right, but number E is broader, because if you are in a favorable position in a company, then there are so many things associated with favorable position. You are getting higher salary, you are getting the highest rank, you get all the travel benefits, you get all the medical benefits, your relationships are absolutely good. So there are so many things included in this word favorable position. I will still mark number A as the answer for question number 24. Okay. Number 25. Number 25, the top management has refused to implement the proposal of the new GM from the beginning of next month. What could be the most justified reason for the management's refusal? The most justified reason is that the top management would need to deliberate and get consensus. Uh, it would if they implement everything beginning the next month, this implementation is going to be more hurried. It will be more hurried. So it's better not to hurry. It's better to take time and deliberate and get consensus. So yes, number 25 answer should be E. Take a look at all the questions that we discussed. Anything you did not understand, ask. Okay. Now, three. There was one set remaining. Question number 6 to question number 9. I'll ask Nitin sir to help you solve these three questions. Okay. Please wait.
Good evening, everyone. Can you all hear me? Please respond if you guys can hear me. Am I audible? Yes. Okay, great. So let's start the session. All right. So now, usually in every year, you will be finding one set which is based on the analytical reasoning, okay, or maybe the mathematical reasoning sort of thing. So this is one of the set here. Now, this set, it's not a very difficult one. The set is actually a very easy one. The only thing here is that it might be a time consuming. Okay, that the set might be a time consuming here. So if I'm talking about question number 6 to 9, you know, so quickly, can you anyone tell me what are the answers of question number 6, 7, 8, 9? How many of you have attempted this? Let's talk about this. How many of you have attempted this? Not done. Yeah, that was a good decision. It's better to leave such type of the sets here. Usually this question is easy, but it's very time consuming as a lot of information has been given. So we'll discuss quickly. Okay, how to do that? It says Tina, a blast furnace expert. All right. So Tina, blast furnace expert, who works as a technology troubleshooter, stays in Jamshedpur. So she has got an important assignment in Delhi, which requires 6 hours to complete. So the total time needed here is nothing but that is 6 hours to complete the entire thing here. The work is so critical that she has to start working the moment she reaches the client premises. So she can start the work as soon as she reaches there. She is considering various options for her onward and return journey between Jamshedpur to Delhi. A quick search revealed that ticket from Jamshedpur to Delhi is available in 2 trains. So if I'm talking about the trains, so there are 2 trains. One train is train 12801. Okay, and starts station at 6:45 and respectively. So it starts at 6:45 and reaches Delhi at 4:50. So can you guys tell me what is the total time taken by the train 12801? Anyone? What is the total time taken by train 12801? Let's concentrate on the train 12801 as of now. So please tell me, what is the total time here? 22 hours and 5 minutes. So its departure is 6:45, arrival is at 4:50. Okay, so 6:45 to 4:50. So if I'm saying here that is 6:45 to 4:50. So like you all have calculated, the total time is nothing but that is 22 hours and 5 minutes. Okay. Now train 122 starts from Delhi and reaches Jamshedpur next day at this one. Okay. So let's concentrate on only on train 12801. So we are talking about 12801 train. Okay. Another option is to reach Ranchi by a 3-hour road trip. So there is another option. You can take a road trip also here. and take a flight to Delhi from Ranchi. All right. The distance between Ranchi and Delhi is covered in 105 minutes both ways by any of the scheduled flights. Air India operates 2 flights, and so on. All the timings are given here for Air India's return flights and everything. Now, from Tina's home, Jamshedpur railway station is 5 minutes drive. Okay, and her destination at Delhi is 90 minutes. Okay, and 30 minutes drive from the airport and railway station. So let's concentrate on the railway station here. 30 minutes drive from railway station respectively. One has to reach the airport at least 1 hour before the scheduled departure to complete the boarding procedure. At every railway station, she loses 5 minutes in navigating through crowd here. Okay, so we know when it comes to the train number 12801. All right. So when it comes to the train number 12801, let me write down train 12801. The total travel time. Okay, the total travel time, like you all have calculated, that is 22 and 05, isn't it? Okay, and it also says that from Tina's house home, Jamshedpur railway station is 5 minutes drive. So 5 minutes drive from Jamshedpur to railway station. Okay, it will take another 05 minutes, I'll say. Okay, and from railway station, it is 30 minutes drive. So from railway station to the Delhi head office, that there is a 30-minute drive. And also, she lost 5 minutes, it says. And at every railway station, she loses 5 minutes in navigation. So how much the time she is losing in the navigation? Our total time needed is nothing but that is 10 minutes. So if you add all of them, what is this total value comes out to be? Please tell me, all of you. What is the total value comes out to be here? 2250. Yes, that's right. 2250. Okay, hours. And the job is of nothing but that is 6 hours. Yes or no? So the total time to complete the job, if she goes by the train 12801, it is nothing but it is going to be 28 hours and 50 minutes. So I hope that this part is clear. Yes, so the minimum time taken by this if she travels by the train 2801. So similarly, we need to travel, we need to find out what is the total time taken by each of the mode here. Okay, so if you calculate this, this is the table which you will get here, that I have already drawn it here. So Jamshedpur to Delhi, train 12801, train 12443, Air India 9810, Air India 810, IT 3348. So like I told you, this question is not a tough one, but yes, it's very, very lengthy because there are 5 modes. And again, from Delhi to Jamshedpur, how much time it is going to take there? That is also we need to find out. So once you prepare this table, you can get the answers of all the questions quickly. Okay, so do I need to prepare this table for each of the train and the flights, or you can do that now? Tell me. No, not needed. No? The understanding is much more important. Okay, so on the basis of this, if the question was, if Tina wants to minimize the total time out of Jamshedpur, okay, the best option for her from the options given below. If she wants to minimize the total time out of Jamshedpur, so the answer is nothing. That is option number B for this question. Okay. So if the Tina wants to minimize the total time out of Jamshedpur, the best option for her from this one is Air India 9810 and return by train 12802. Okay, that is going to be the answer here. Return by train 12802 because this is take 22 hours and 30 minutes. Okay, and go by the Air India 9810. So that will be the answer. Is that part clear to all of you? Can I move to the next slide? Please tell me. Similarly, once you get this, prepare this table, you get the answer of all the questions. So the answer of question number 7, it will be comes out to be option number E. All right. For 8 and 9, for question number 8 also the answer is E. And for 9, the correct answer will be comes out to be D. Okay. So, ho jayega, or should I explain all the questions also? Once you prepare this table, you'll get the answer of all the questions quickly. So yes, it's a very, very time consuming. It will take around 15 minutes. I'll say this particular set, 15 to 20 minutes. So any doubts now, please tell me. No. Okay. All right. Okay. So should we end the session? Like last year there was no question. Last year all the 21 questions were based on situational decision making. But on several occasions, like I told you in the strategy session also, you can find out around 3 to 5 questions based on such type of the cases, analytical reasoning or maybe some sort of mathematical reasoning where the calculations are needed here. Okay. So should we end the session now? Aditya, Ansita, if this set is clear, how to do that, Priyanka and everything. But I'll say still you all should try this. I told you what I need to do. You need to prepare a table like this. And once you prepare it, you'll get the answer. But why I'm saying you should do it again? The reason being it, you know what happened in XAT 2019. Around 10 questions were repeated as it is from the past year papers, isn't it? Okay, you all are aware. Okay. And remember that we have discussed the XAT 2007 paper also yesterday. Sir has taken few questions from the XAT 2007. I think those who have attended the yesterday session, a Sayan who was trying to set up a music company in a Jamshedpur. Yes or no? You have done this set? Yes or no? The same set was asked in XAT 2019. Okay, 4 questions were there. And instead of setting up a business of that, they were trying to set up a business of ice cream. They were setting an ice cream parlor. Someone has gone to Thailand, they see some ice cream parlor on the same lines they were planning to open it here. So they have just changed the context, but if you look at that entire set, when we'll be doing the XAT 2019 paper decision making, you can see that every data is still same. Questions were also same, even the options are also same. Only the context has been changed here. Okay, so it's better that I'll say do this set once again. If you get a same question, you can do it quickly, isn't it? Okay, and that was that 2000 paper. Mostly what happens that on the different website, the paper from 2008 onwards are available, because 2008 onwards all the questions paper are available, as that has given the official paper. Before that 2008 they do not used to disclose the paper, but I have got an access to 2008, sorry, 2007, 6 and 5 also. So all those questions will be discussed. So like 2007 paper, the same 4 questions were repeated from 2007 paper. So that's a big thing if you're getting a same kind of the questions. It will not take too much of time to solve it. All right, so make sure that you are doing each and every question. So any other doubt? No. All right. So good night to all of you. So another thing, tomorrow we have planned how many sessions? 4 sessions, isn't it? So if it is hectic, then we'll take only 3 sessions. Okay, it might be lengthy. You never know how much time it is going to take, because English usually take a lot of time in the XAT and the quant also. So we can have minimum 3 sessions will be there. 4th sessions not sure whether it will happen or not. Okay, if we have got a time, then we'll continue. Otherwise, minimum 3 sessions. All right. And the continuity is very important. So make sure that you are attending all these sessions. Okay, guys. So good night to all of you. See you all tomorrow.
Good evening. Am I audible to all of you? Okay. So let us start with our decision making session. All the questions we will discuss today are from XAT 2013. In fact, we are doing the entire XAT 2013 decision making paper. Last time we did that decision making XAT 2012 paper, I think 12 or 14, and this time it is 2013. Okay. There were around 25 questions over here, and out of these 25 questions, the first 8 are quant based. So we will leave them as of now. When Nitin sir will join you, then you can solve the first 8 questions. We will straight away go to question number 9. So this is a small case, and based on this, there are 2 questions, 9 and 10. Okay, just take a look at questions number 9 and 10, and then we discuss this, and then we'll move ahead. Please start and let me know when you are done. Okay, let's take a look. Question number 9 and 10. So in this case, he tells you that there is an island. In this island, there is a lot of growth. Even though there is a lot of growth, okay, even though there is a lot of growth, there is a lot of corruption. Okay, there is a lot of corruption, and all the people, they have benefited from corruption, if not directly, then at least indirectly. Now there is one guy called Shambhu, who has actually taken up the issue of corruption. And when he sat on a hunger strike, then the government promised to accept his demands and to carry out an investigation. Okay, but a few months later also, government had not fulfilled the promise, and Shambhu wanted to launch another agitation, another protest, but he sensed that the second time many people and media person were not willing to support him. So first time a lot of people supported him, but second time many people did not support him. Based on this, very easy case, based on this, question number 9, he's asking you, read the following 4 statements, and in your opinion, which combination of the above statements is the most unlikely reason for Shambhu's initial success? So now tell me, why was Shambhu initially successful? Because people were angry against corruption? Yes. Because Shambhu had moral courage? Yes. Was the hungry media looking to raise issues? No. Because the media itself was corrupt. Media also had gained from the corruption. So media will not try to raise these issues. Was rising income level the reason why people wanted to protest? No. So 3 and 4 were not the reasons why Shambhu was initially successful. That means answer is B. Absolutely. Question number 10. Which of the following could be the most likely reason for the decline in public support for Shambhu? So what do you think? Why did the public support decline in the second instance? I think the most probable reason is number C, that the general public, they may have realized that Shambhu was focusing too much on indirect involvement in past incidences of corruption. And remember, general public had indirectly benefited from the corruption. So if Shambhu is focusing too much on indirect involvement in past incidences of corruption, then the general public will also be investigated, and nobody would like that. So that is why we can also say that common men found it difficult to live up to the high standards set by Shambhu. Absolutely. Answer for this question should be C, question number 10. Anybody has any doubt? 9 and 10. Next case, questions 11 to 13. Please take some time. And option B, what for question number 10, Priyanka? Okay, Shambhu was old and he lacked the energy to garner the same support that he enjoyed from the media and public in the initial stages. But Priyanka, even in the initial stages, when he initially staged a protest, that time also he was old. That time also he was old. So this cannot be the reason. There is some other reason. Okay. Okay. So coming to question number, okay, explain A also. Explain A also. Okay. The common man had become sick and tired of government's inaction against rising corruption. Okay. So if the common man have become sick and tired against government inaction, will they not support Shambhu when the second time Shambhu is protesting because government is showing inaction? So instead of a decline in public support, there will be an increase in public support. If the common man is sick and tired of government's inaction, so they will support Shambhu the second time, because the second time Shambhu is protesting against government's inaction. So number A will also not make sense. Kind of, yes, kind of. Okay. So question number 11 to 13. Please take a look. When you're done, let me know. Okay. Question number 11 to question number 13. What is he saying? He's telling you that there is a nation in the Nordic region. So the head of this nation, he is struggling with a slowing economy. Now, what has happened is that the distribution of public resources for private business and for private consumption has created lots of problems for the government. Okay, people are questioning the government's policies, and that is why the head of the nation has called a meeting. Now, in the meeting, the head of the nation has asked the Minister of Water Resources about the bidding process for allocation of rights to set up mini hydel power plants. Now, the minister said that we have done everything according to the policies of the government, and these resources were allocated to the highest bidder and those bidders who were technically competent. Then he tells you that later on, some new companies also had shown interest, and the new companies also were allocated the rights at the price which was set by the highest bidders in the previous round of bidding. So in a sense, the Minister of Water Resources, twice he has allocated the water resources. Once through the bidding process, and second, he did not use a new bidding process. He allocated the rights at the price which was set, the highest price which was set in the initial bidding process. Okay, this is what he tells you. Now, when the head of the nation hears all this, then he tells the Minister of Water Resources that don't you think that the later allocations should have been done after a fresh round of bidding? That would have been better. But then the Minister of Water Resources replied that no, nothing wrong happened, because everything was allocated according to, we had taken the permissions from all the ministries. And in fact, people have alleged that the Minister of Water Resources, he has, in the entire bidding process, he has actually received kickbacks. Based on this understanding, he's asking you question number 11. There are some media reports that have suggested that the Minister of Water Resources has allocated the water resources at old prices to new companies, and he has in return received some kickbacks. However, the minister has denied these charges. His argument is that he has followed the stated policies of the government. And plus, second, he's trying to say that it is very, very difficult to price a scarce resource. And the minister also says all that loss that the media is talking about is nothing but notional loss. And in reality, the government and the citizens, they have actually gained by the entry of the new players. So based on all this, which of the following can be inferred? What can you infer from this, from these media reports and the answer of the water resources minister? What can you infer? Number E, you can infer number E. Okay, why? Okay, so Nikita, the question is whether something is ethical or not ethical does not depend on whether you gain or you lose something. If something is wrong, it is wrong. If something is right, it is right. Whether you benefit or you lose. Just because your benefits are higher than your losses, does that make something unethical or ethical? No, it does not. So when we are talking about ethics, whenever you talk about ethics, whenever you say that whether something is ethical or unethical, you will have to keep aside the loss and the benefit figure. It has nothing to do with loss or benefit. If something is unethical, it is unethical whether it results in a benefit or whether it results in a loss. That is why A, B, C, D, all four are wrong. All of the above are inappropriate. Okay? All of the following are inappropriate. Answer for this question should be E. Because ethics has nothing to do with cost-benefit analysis. You may benefit a lot, but question is, was it ethical? Just because you have benefited from something does not automatically make it ethical. That is why for question number 11, best answer is E. For question number 12, now subsequently, the minister has questioned the role of the media in the whole affair. What he says that the media cannot act like a reporter, prosecutor, and judge at the same time. Now, Mr. Swamy, who is an independent observer, he was asked about the appropriateness of the minister's opinion. So is the minister's opinion appropriate? What should be Mr. Swamy's reply? When the minister says that the media is acting like a reporter, a prosecutor, and a judge at the same time, is the minister's opinion appropriate or not appropriate? What do you think? Yes, it should be B. Yes, the minister's statement may be factually incorrect because the media is just questioning him on his role in the whole affair. If I just question you does not mean that I am judging you and prosecuting you. I can question your role. I can raise questions. I can raise objections, but that does not mean that I am saying you are wrong. Media has full right to question everything. So that is why minister's statement is factually incorrect, because the media is not prosecuting and judging him. Media is merely reporting. It's trying to report. That's it. That is why for question number 12, answer is B, B for Bombay. Any other doubt? Anybody? Aman, you want to mark A? Media has been rightly accused by the minister. So that means the media is doing three things. Media is reporting, media is prosecuting, and media is judging the minister. Is media doing that? Media is simply questioning the role. Media is just making suggestions. That's it. If media is saying that you have received kickbacks, what is the media saying? Media is saying that you have received kickbacks. That means bribes. Okay? So is the media prosecuting the minister? No, media is not prosecuting the minister. Media is not filing a case against the minister. So that is why you cannot say media has been rightly accused by the minister. Number A is wrong. Number C is also wrong, Nikita. Media has rightly accused the minister. How can we say that media has rightly accused the minister? We don't know whether the minister was at fault or not. Okay. Right now we don't know. It is for the courts to decide. No. What exactly did the media say? The media said that the minister has received kickbacks. That is what the media said. Yes or no? Now the minister is saying media is actually acting like a reporter, a prosecutor, and the judge. Just because the media is saying that the minister has received kickbacks, is the media a reporter, a prosecutor, and the judge at the same time? Answer is no. It's possible that whatever allegations the media has leveled against the minister, those allegations may be correct or may not be correct. Whether they are correct or not correct will be proved in a court of law. So all media is doing is that media is making allegations. If you make allegations against the minister, you are not judging the minister. The judgment is left to the court of law. Okay? Okay, Damini, you are saying Swami cannot take definite side of any of the parties for now. So I mark maybe that was in C. Media. So if you are saying Swami cannot take definite side, so number C is saying that media is right. So you are taking sides. Okay. Best answer will be B. Mr. Swami will say that minister's statement may be factually incorrect because all that the media is doing is leveling allegations. That's it. Media is not prosecuting the minister. That means media did not file a case against the minister. Neither can the media pass a judgment against the minister. It is for the court to decide whether the minister, whatever accusations have been leveled, whether they are right or not right. Okay. So I told you the reason why B is the answer for question number 12. Coming to question number 13. If you look at the public and unrest and discontent, the government's anti-corruption branch was entrusted with the task of investigating the matter. Within a week's time, the branch charge sheeted top corporate managers and the minister for wrongdoings. Now, Mr. Swami was again asked to identify the guilty. Who should Mr. Swami pick? So who are the guilty people? Who are the guilty people? Corporate managers are guilty? Yes. The minister is guilty? Yes. Now it becomes vague. We are absolutely certain that the corporate managers and the minister, they both are guilty. Is the head of the nation also guilty? This becomes very subjective. Okay. However, because this minister is under the head of the nation, and even if the head of the nation has not done anything wrong, for example, Manmohan Singh did not do anything wrong, but one of his ministers in spectrum allocation, there was a huge scandal. So he was the leader. Yes, he was the leader. So whether he likes it or not, even though he may not personally have done something wrong, but I also think that he is also liable. He is also liable. He cannot say that, listen, I am the head of the nation, so what can I do if the minister is doing something? He is in charge of every ministry. That is why I believe answer for this question is D. Yes, it is very much talking about the spectrum allocation. Okay, did you understand? Let's come to question number 14. Number 14 is a standalone question. It says, over the last years, Bank of Bharat has seen the number of its retail customers drop by 40% over the same period. So customers have dropped 40%, but over the same period, the share price of this bank has increased by more than 80%. And this has amazed a few investors who believe that the bank's share price should drop if the number of customers also drop. So which of the following will best account for the observed movement in the price of Bank of Bharat's equity shares? So what can be the reason? Why is it that even though customers are decreasing, retail customers are decreasing, still the share price of Bank of Bharat is increasing? What can be the reason? What do you think? Very easy question. Yes, number C, absolutely. If I say that the bank is switching its customers from retail to commercial customers, instead of retail customers, the bank is now switching focus on commercial customers, and it is commercial customers that now give almost over 75% of the bank's revenues. So even if retail customers are decreasing, the bank is getting a lot of business from other customers that are commercial customers. Absolutely. Question number 14, answer should be C. Very, very easy. Any other option? Can you explain B also? Okay. The bank recently implemented a highly publicized program for free home loans. So Aman, फिर क्या होगा? The bank has given an advertisement. Bank has given an advertisement for a free home loan. But problem is that retail customers are decreasing. You may be giving advertisements, but retail people are not taking it. Who is going to take home loan? Retail customers. Retail customers are decreasing. So you are advertising, but your product is not selling. But still your share price is increasing. So no, it does not. Number B does not explain why the share price is increasing. Okay. Okay. Number 14 also, number 15 also is a standalone question. So let us solve it. This again is very easy. Gastric bypass surgery has been shown to be effective at helping extremely obese people lose weight. Some patients have lost as much as 300 pounds after undergoing the surgery, thereby substantially prolonging their lives. Now, despite the success of the treatment, most doctors have not embraced this surgery. So which of the following will best account for the lukewarm reaction of the medical community to gastric bypass surgery? So why does the medical fraternity not accept heartily or readily the gastric bypass surgery? Absolutely, without any doubt, has to be A. The surgery carries a high risk of serious complications, including death. That is the most valid reason why many surgeons or many doctors have not embraced this surgery. Absolutely. Very, very simple question. Anybody has any doubt? Excuse me. Okay, then let's move to the next set. Our next set is question 16, 17, and 18. 3 questions, take a look, and when you are done, let me know. Okay, so we are done. Is question number 16 to 18. Now in 16 to 18, there is a Vice President Marathe. He gets a complaint about an employee, Kale. Everybody is saying that Kale should be transferred. Kale should be transferred to the Chennai office from the Mumbai office. The reason is that Kale is frequently fighting with his colleagues. He is conscientious and dedicated only when he works alone. He's friendly with seniors, but he refuses to work with colleagues in a team. And also, he cannot accept criticism. He feels hostile and rejected. He is overbearing and he is a bad influence on the team. These are all the reasons why Kale should be transferred. So Marathe, he further investigates and he comes to know from another person that yes, Kale was not fit for further promotion. When Marathe talked to the previous boss of Kale, he came to know that Kale was not fit for further promotion because Kale was emotionally unstable to work in groups, even though he had 7 years of work experience. Kale was too authoritative to work under anyone. Plus, another problem is that there were some domestic issues. Kale had an ailing wife and an old mother who does not want to stay with his wife. So there are domestic issues also. He is emotionally unstable also. There are domestic issues also. He is overbearing also. He does not work with colleagues. He does not work in a team. So many issues are there. So now question number 16 is asking you, consider the following solutions to the problem mentioned above. 5 solutions are given. Now, which of the following would be the most appropriate sequence of decisions in terms of immediacy? Start from the most immediate to the longer term solution. So what should Marathe do immediately? First, what should he do immediately? See, 3 and 4 are out of the question. 3 and 4 are out of the question. Just because a person cannot work in a team does not mean that you demote or you sack that person. ये तो out of the question है because he may be he may be a very, very good person. He may be a very dedicated worker. So sacking him and demoting him summarily is not the answer. So the first thing you need to do is that you need to verify the facts from other sources as well. This is the first thing you need to do. After that, what should you do? Because Kale works, no, number 5 to long term hai. When Kale will visit a family counselor, so the counseling sessions will take time. It's not that in one session everything will happen. Okay, so a longer term solution, number 5 is a longer term solution. It will be number in reality there is a difference. If transferring to Chennai office brings a difference in Kale, then there is no need for Kale to go and visit a family counselor. Perhaps a change of scene will rectify everything. So I think answer should be 2, 1 and 5. 2, 1 and 5 should be the sequence. A. Answer should be A, yes. Did you understand? Why statement number 5? Why statement number 5 will come last? Because when he visits a family counselor, then it's not that things are going to be rectified in the very first visit. Immediately there is not going to be any impact. Okay. So that is why 2, 1, 5 is the order for question number 16. Answer is A. Coming to question number 17. Now Maratha, when he talked to Kale's previous boss, Lakhote is saying that listen, company's responsibility is restricted to the workplace. Okay, that is what Lakhote is saying. Lakhote is saying company's responsibility is restricted to the workplace, and don't try to address the don't try to address personal issues of the employees. So if Marathe agrees to Lakhote's opinion, so which solution will be weakened? In which of the solutions were we interfering in his personal matters? Solution number 5, yes, where we were asking him to visit a family counselor because there were some family issues. So that will be weakened. Absolutely, number 5 will be weakened. Answer should be E. Number 18. Which of the following statements, if true, would most weaken the decision to sack Kale? So why should we not sack Kale? Why should we not sack Kale? Tell me. Which is, see, A also looks good, C also looks good. A also looks good and C also looks good. What do you think is a better one? Is A a better one or C a better one? C is a better one. Yes, C is a better one. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why C is a better one and not A. Because number C is saying that a study has established that employees who have 5 to 10 years of work experience, they have conflicting responsibilities at home and office. However, these conflicts wither away after 10 years of experience. Okay. So what is happening is that first is this time frame, 5 to 10 years. Remember, this guy is already working for 7 years. So if this study were really true, then there would have been at least some improvement in Kale, because he's already 2 years past 5. Yes or no? He's working for 7 years. So 2 years to जा चुका है, so कुछ तो improvement होना चाहिए था. That is not there. Plus, even if A is right, it is only addressing one issue. One issue is that there are conflicting responsibilities at home and office. Okay, this issue can be addressed. But what about the fact that Kale does not want to talk to his colleagues? Kale does not want to work in a team. ये तो address हुआ ही नहीं. Having conflicting responsibilities at home and office is just one of the issues faced by Kale. So number A is focusing on only one of the aspects, whereas number C, the more basic problem is that this guy wants to work alone. He does not want to work in groups. So if I prove to you that top managers, they find it difficult to work in a group, then what Kale is doing is justified, or the way Kale is behaving is justified. So I think number C is a better answer. A also is not absolutely wrong, but I think C is more comprehensive. Okay. Is this clear? Right. Then explain B also. Okay. Another article published in the magazine Xavier's Quarterly, this highlighted that employees' problems at home affect their performance at work. So this is a reason why we should sack him. If employees' problems at home affects their performance at work, so if something is affecting your performance, we should sack you, isn't it? So number B is the reason why we should sack you. It is weakening. What would most weaken the decision to sack him, to sack Kale? Means why we should not sack him. If somebody's performance is being affected, please understand, if somebody's performance is being affected, is that not a valid reason why we should sack him? How is it weakening? Due to personal reason, we can't sack him. Of course not. Of course not. Of course not. Okay, even if there are personal reasons because of which your performance is getting affected, and we don't see any way in which your performance will improve in the future. Now the difference between A and B, the difference between A and B is that even though personal problems are affecting your work, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. You see that in the future, the domestic problems will stop having an impact on your performance in the office. That is why you don't sack that person, because there is a solution to it. In number A it's mentioned, but in number B no solution is mentioned. Number B no solution is mentioned. So that means the performance will not improve. So you should sack him. Okay. Okay. Now the next set is from question number 19 to 21. 19, 20, 21. Take a look, and when you are done, let me know. Okay. So what is happening here? What is happening is that there is an employee, Vardarajan. Now, Vardarajan, who has won the Best Performance Award for the year 2011, now this guy is not taking interest in his work. Even though he has been given counseling, but this problem has not been solved. Nothing is happening. Okay, so Vardarajan, who has won the Best Performance year, Best Performance Award, this guy is now not taking interest. Now, based on this, question number 19 is asking you, which of the following could be the most unlikely reason for Vardarajan's declining involvement in workplace? So that means what is not a reason why he's not involved in the workplace? Obviously, number E, if somebody appreciates you, then why will you not take interest? Vardarajan was appreciated by his bosses for achievement last year. If you get appreciation, then won't you take interest in your work? You will. So this cannot be the reason for your declining involvement in the workplace. Yes, if you don't find the work challenging, then your involvement will decline. If there is leg pulling, people try to pull you down, then your involvement will decline. If you are not promoted after your superlative performance, then also your involvement will decline. If after putting lots of efforts you are burnt out, you are tired, then also your involvement will decline. If you are appreciated, then why will your involvement decline? Number E is the answer. Very, very simple. Question number 20. Vardarajan did not find his work challenging enough. Given below are some steps that could be taken to motivate him. So 1 to 4, there are 4 steps. Which of the following combinations would be the most appropriate? So how can we motivate him? One is definitely true. We give him a more challenging assignment. If you ask him to take a vacation, then how are you motivating him? If you ask him to take a vacation, you are not motivating him. Okay. If you tell him to go for further training on decision making under stress, so in fact, basically what you're doing is that you are asking him to learn something new. This also is challenging. So 1 and 4 both will motivate him. Now number 2 is dicey. If you transfer him from projects department to training department, it is quite possible that in training department there is no challenging job. It's possible. So number 2 may work or may not work. But 1 and 4 I think will definitely work, and that is why I think the best solution is statements 1 and 4. C. Answer should be C for question number 20. Did you understand? Question number 21. You overheard a conversation between Vardarajan and his colleague. Okay, so what is Vardarajan saying? Vardarajan expressed his unhappiness. He is saying that good performers are not given their due credit while poor performers are promoted faster. If Vardarajan is right, then what steps can be taken to create a better organization? So good performers are unhappy about their appraisal. That means the appraisal has to be done in a very objective and transparent manner. Absolutely. Number B should be the answer for question number 21. Okay? Is this clear? Okay, good. Now let's come to question number 22 to 25. This is the last set with me, and then I'll pass on the, I will ask Nitin sir to join. Okay? 22 to 25. Let me know when you are done. Okay. So everybody is through. Now let's see. In this case study, we come to know that Professor Vijaya, she's actually trying to understand an issue which is related to the student placement committee. Now what happened is that Biswajit, a final year student, he is the allegation is that he has inflated his grades in the biodata. When Biswajit is asked to answer, in fact, he tells the committee that there are many other students who have done the same thing. So why are you only asking me? And plus, he is also not accepting the fact that he has inflated his grades. He says that somebody has deliberately manipulated my grades in the biodata. It is the president of the placement committee who is against me. So this is the issue which is created, and there's a lot of confusion. So based on this issue, there are certain questions here. Number 22. If you were Vijaya, what in your opinion would be the most appropriate action? What would you do? When you come to know that students have inflated grades for placements, it is absolutely necessary that you constitute a fact-finding committee to investigate the matter, and you ask them to submit a report to you within a week's time. Yes, you have to find out the facts. That is certain. Plus, it is very, very important. Number D, you have to be ethical. It's important that you tell the corporate recruiters. You apprise means you inform them that, look, this is the situation. The biodata that have gone to you, students have inflated the grades, and we'll have to take corrective actions. And after taking the corrective actions, we'll get back to you. Otherwise, you are actually, why inform them and defame the college? So that means you want to be unethical, Kamini. You want to be unethical. What will happen when later on, when they come to know? Right now, probably they will come and right now probably they will come and take your candidates. But later when they come to know, then, but nothing is confirmed yet means. I do not understand. These are just allegations. No, but please understand, it has already happened. Nikita, these are not just allegations. Over here, see, look at the third paragraph. Biswajit raised the issue that many other students had misrepresented grades to get coveted jobs, and they had gone scot-free. That means they have taken placements. Okay? They have taken placements. So there are some people who have raised the grades and they have taken placements. And why no objection was raised? Why no objection was raised? Because no objection was raised because these students were close to the president of the placement committee, and that is why no action was taken against him or against them. Okay. Now what you are trying to say? You are trying to say that Biswajit, okay, Biswajit is lying or maybe lying. That is what you're trying to say? Okay. Yeah, okay, but please understand, in number D, you just apprise the corporate recruiters of the situation. That means you tell them that whatever biodatas have been sent to you, the grades may be inflated. So we are looking into it. And if any correction is required, then we will correct it. If no correction is required, then it's well and good. Yes, D should come. D should come after C. Obviously. Okay, now you are saying, Damini, you are saying that students who have already been placed will also be scrutinized. If they have done something wrong, then they should be up for scrutiny, whether they have been placed for the past 10 years or they have been placed just the previous year. If they have done something wrong to get placements, then their actions should be under scrutiny. I think that is what I believe. Okay. So in number D, where are you saying that that everybody has inflated? You are just telling them that this is the situation. This is the situation, and corrective action will be taken. If nobody has inflated anything, then you will not take any corrective action. In fact, number D will actually, in the eyes of the corporate recruiters, it will actually raise your ethical standard. There is an issue, so you talk about that issue. You don't hide it. Yes, Arvind. What are you trying to say? Won't it spread rumors? Won't it spread rumors? Arvind, lots of things can happen. Probably the corporate recruiters will stop coming to this college. Lots of things can happen. Okay, but does that mean that you should do something unethical? You have done something wrong, which has hurt the company. Okay, you have done something wrong, which has hurt the company. You know that if you accept it, if you go and tell your boss that you are the person responsible, you will lose your job. Should you not go and tell? Should you not take responsibility? You should. You have to be ethical. I told you, practical or ethical, mein ethical choose karna hai. So I think it is but ethical that you tell the corporate recruiters of the situation, because please understand, there are some students who have already been placed. They have already been placed. So you need to tell them that it's possible that their grades were inflated. We are looking into the matter. If their grades were inflated, then corrective action needs to be taken. That is why I think B is the answer. E is the answer. Both options C and D. Okay, did you understand? All of you? Yes, Arvind, you wanted to say something? Shouldn't both of them be suspended? Why? No, don't suspend. Right now you are finding, it's a fact-finding committee. It is a fact-finding committee, okay? You have constituted a fact-finding committee. Let them find the facts. Let them find the facts. If yes, if it is found that they both have done something wrong, then we would suspend them. But then we don't have such an option. Our first steps would be C and D, and then after that, yes, we will debar them and we will suspend them. Those actions will also come, but such an option is not there. Okay? Okay, you whole different scenario you imagined. Okay, no issues. So for question number 22, I think E should be the answer. For number 23, it was found that a large section of the students had been indulging in such practices. Now, unfortunately, the HR manager of a much coveted campus recruiter, who himself is an alumnus of the college, he came to know about this. Now, if you consider yourself in the position of the HR manager, then what will be your reaction? If you are an HR manager, then what will you do? Obviously, you will ask the college to send a fresh set of biodata because you want verified grades of the students. Yes, obviously, very easy. This one is so easy to understand. Yes. Number 24. Now you are a potential entrant to this college and you are having an informal chat with one of the college seniors. You want to know about the pay packages of the graduating students. Now senior did not give you much information. He just tells you that you'll better be able to understand all this when you join the college. Okay? But senior also told him that, listen, don't believe any rumors. you should contact the student body if you need any further information. Now, if a student who is going to be a potential entrant to a college, if he wants to seek further information about placements, then who should he call? What should he do? Yes, it is absolutely certain that college authorities will not misguide you. So number B should be the answer. They would tell you the truth. But if you try to contact the president of the placement cell, if you try to contact your other Facebook friends, then it can be very subjective. It can be very subjective. Okay. But when you contact the college authorities to get more insights about the placement process, so they will have all the data, they will have all the figures with them, and they will give you the accurate figures. Yes. Number 25. Now Vijaya found that there were many cases of grade inflation. She was giving a final touch to the report when somebody called her on the phone and told her not to reveal all this, not to present this report to the director. So it was an anonymous phone call. The caller just identified himself as a well-wisher of the college before hanging up. So Vijaya does not know who the caller was. If you are in Vijaya's position and you have to make a decision from the following choices, what will you do? Is it obvious that you will talk to the director? Yes. Irrespective of what the anonymous call told you to do, you need to submit that report to the director. You need to talk to the director and you need to seek his opinion. Yes, number D is absolutely right. Okay. So please take a look. All questions from 9 to 25. If you have any doubt, please ask. Anything you did not understand, please ask. Explain E also. You will constitute a different committee to investigate the phone call. But कैसे investigate करोगे? How will you investigate this phone call? Because this phone call, the person is saying it was an anonymous phone call. So what is the point? Whenever you're working on something important, people may threaten you, people may call you trying to be well-wishers, they may try to misguide you. There's no need, to go after every such call or after every such person. Okay? Yes, in the previous question, Mridula, what happened? Why not D? You will try to contact the president of the student placement center. Okay, I'll tell you why. Because the president of the student placement center is a temporary position. The president is on a temporary basis. That president will also get placed and move. So every year there's going to be a new president in the placement cell. So will he be in a better position to tell you about the track record of placements, or will the college authorities will be in a better position? Ask yourself. Okay. And yes, and the president of the placement cell will be also a student of the college, so he may misguide you. He or she may misguide you. Okay. So if all this is clear, then first 8 questions are remaining. Question number 1 to question number 8, right? So I'll just ask Nitin sir to join. Please wait. And in the meanwhile, you can start solving question number 1 to 4. Please start.
Okay. So this is basically the 2013 paper of decision making section. All right. There were 25 questions, and out of 25 questions, as you can see, 17 questions were situational decision making, and 8 of the questions were based on the math, some basic fund of the maths and the analytical reasoning here. But most of the time, you'll get mostly the situational based. I'll say 80 to 90% of the questions will be situational decision making. Only 10 to 20% of the questions can be like this. So starting with this 1, 2, 3, 4, a lengthy. Then there are 5, 6, 7, 8. an interesting set here. So let's discuss 1 to 4. All right. So let's start with the discussion of 1 to 4. It says you are running big and colorful company that sells books to a customer through 3 retail formats. Okay. So basically there are 3 retail formats that we all know. Okay. And that 3 formats are bookstore, supermarket, and online. So these are the 3 different retail formats. Your manager has an interesting way of classifying expenses. Some of the expenses are classified in terms of size, that is big, small, and medium. And others are classified in terms of the colors, that is red, yellow, green, and violet. Okay. The company has a history of categorizing overall cost into initial cost and additional cost. Additional costs are equal to the sum of big, small, and medium expenses. That is given here. Additional costs are equal to the sum of big, small, and medium. There are 2 types of the margins: contributing sales minus initial cost, and the other one is nothing but that is profit, contribution minus additional cost. Given below is the data about the sales and the cost of BMC. That is already given to us here. Okay, so let's move to the next slide. All right. Okay. So here. So it says the total sales is 60,000 out of, okay, initial cost is 39,000 and contribution is 21,000. Then additional cost. So if I say these 2, that is sales plus additional cost. This is my nothing. Initial cost plus additional cost is nothing but that is my total cost. Okay. And if I take a difference of sales, profit is basically contribution minus additional cost, or we can say profit is nothing but that is simply sales minus total cost. Okay. And it also says each of the big, small, and medium cost is categorized by the manager. Like the big cost is 9,300. So this 9,300, that is distribution among in the 4 colors, that is red cost, violet, yellow, green, and violet cost here. Breakdown of the additional cost under these headings is given in the table below. So this is the table. Okay. Like in total big, there is 9,300. So how many of them are in red, yellow, green, and violet here? And the total cost is 15,800. This 15,800 is the sum of these 3 parameters. These 3, it is coming out to be 15,800. Now, red, yellow, and violet costs are allocated to different retail formats. These costs, now this line is important here. When I say these costs are a proportion in the ratio of the number of units consumed by each retail format. Okay. And the number of units consumed by each retail format is given in the table below. Now, if you look at here, for the red, what is the total units? 275. Okay, total units for the red is nothing but 275. And for the red, the total cost for the red is nothing but that is 5,500. Okay, it can be medium and big, and there is no small category in the red here. Okay. So in any case here, this 275 units. So can you say for this 275 units, the total cost, it is equal to nothing but that is 5,500. So for 275 units, the total cost is nothing but 5,500. So for 1 unit, what is the cost? Can anyone tell me? What is the cost per unit in this case? 5,500 upon 275. So what is the value of 5,500 upon 275? Tell me quickly, all of you. 55 upon 275, yes. So I can say 1 unit, it is equal to nothing but that is equal to 20. So if 1 unit is equal to 20, so we can find out the cost in the red sector. That is online 200. So 200 into 20. So 200 into 20, that is equal to 4,000. Okay. Then 65 into 20. 65 into 20, that is equal to nothing but that is 1,300. And in bookstore, that is 10 into 20. That is equal to nothing but that is 200. Similarly, we can calculate for the yellow also. All right. So for yellow, there is 100 units, and for 100 units, the total cost is 3,100. So I can say for 100 units, the total cost is equal to 3,100. So for per unit, the cost is nothing but that is equal to rupees 31. So multiply with 31. So for 50 unit, what is the cost? 50 into 3,100. Okay. So 50 into 31. 50 into 31 is how much? 155. So that is equal to 1550. Now 20 into 31. 20 into 31 is nothing but 620. And 30 into 31. So 30 into 31. What is 30 into 31? That is 930. Or you can simply subtract from 3100. Similarly, we can go for the green category. So in green, the total is 80 units. And for these 80 units, the total cost is nothing but that is 4800. So for 80 units, the cost is equal to 4800. So per unit, the cost is 4800 upon 80. And 4800 upon 80, that will be comes out to be how much? 86, that is 60 rupees. So for green online, 50 into 60. So 50 into 60, I think 50 into 60 will be equal to 3000. So here the cost is 3000. Then 21 into 60, 21 into 60, that is equal to 136. So 1360. And 9 into 60, that is equal to 60 into 9, that is this one, 540. And similarly, the last category, that is nothing but the violet. So for violet, there is 80 units. And for 80 units, the total cost is 2400. Look at the pointer. So for 80 units, the total cost is 2400. So I can say for 80 units, the total cost is 2400. So per unit, the total cost is nothing but 30 rupees. So I can say for 50 units, 50 into 30. 50 into 30 is 1500. For 21 units, that is 21 into 30. So 21 into 30. What is 21 into 30? That is equal to 1050. And then 9 into, just a minute, 80 unit, it is equal to this 2400. So per unit, the cost will be how much? 3 is 80 by 3. Yes, 30. So 50 into 30, 1500. Then 21 into 30. What is 21 into 30? It is 630. Yes, yes, that's what I say. It is 630, not 1050. So just a minute, I'm just going to erase this one. Is it 630? 21 into 60. No, why 60? 21 into 30. Okay. So I think 21 into 30 is for green. Achha. Green, I have done some calculation mistake. Just wait. Let me correct it here. Four thousand, 1300, 200, then 1550, that is 620, and 930, that is green. 3001, yes, that's right. 1360 is not, that is correct, is 1260. So I can just changing it 1260. Okay, and then 540. Now it is okay. So 1500, this is 630. 21 into 30, 630. And 9 into 30, that is equal to 270. Yes, that's right. Okay. So now can you guys tell me what is the total cost for the online segment? The total cost in the online segment, that will be 4000 plus 3000, 7000 plus 1550. So 4000 plus this. That is 10050. That's right. And in the supermarket category, 1300 plus 620 plus 260 plus 630. I think it will comes out to be 3810. Okay. And here in bookstore, 200 plus 930 plus 540 plus 270. That will comes out to be 1940 here. So this is the cost we can calculate. So any doubts to anyone now till this step? Tell me. No. All right. So can I move to the next slide? Okay. Now, so moving ahead, the first question. If I go to the first question says statement 1. Online store accounted for 50% of the sales at BNC. Okay. So we know that there are 3 categories. One of the categories is online, and then there is a other 2 categories are what? Supermarket and bookstore. So online, supermarket, and bookstore. So online store accounted for 50% of the sales. So when it comes to the sales, we know that the total sales as given in the question, that is coming out to be how much? 60,000, isn't it? The total sales here it is given as 60,000. So the total cost is 60,000. Okay, that is 60,000. Okay. Now 50% is of BN online. So 60,000, 50% of 60,000 is nothing but that is 30,000. And remaining are distributed in the ratio 1:2 in supermarket and malls. So 1:2, so remaining 30,000. So 30,000 in the ratio 1:2. So I can say that is 10,000 and 20,000. Okay. So it says if you want to calculate the profit or loss from the different retail formats, then now in the online we know the sales, but do I know the cost in the online segment? What is the total cost in the online segment? Additional cost plus there are two type of the cost, initial cost. So we know the distribution of the additional cost that is given here, but do we know the distribution of this initial cost in these three segments? No. So we do not know the distribution of initial cost in these three segments. So first statement, with the help of the first statement only, we can't find out the answer. So first statement individually is not sufficient at all. Is that part clear to all of you? Okay. Now second statement, it says initial cost. It says the initial cost is allocated in the ratio of the sales. So initial cost, the total initial cost here, it is nothing but that is 39,000. So initial cost is 39,000. Okay, but if initial cost is allocated in the ratio of sales, but do we know the ratio of the sales? No. The ratio of sales is given by the help of first statement. So second statement also individually we can't find out the answer. Okay, because we do not know what is the ratio of the sales. But if I combine both the statements, if I club both the statements, so we know the ratio of the sales. The ratio of the sales is nothing. You can see it here in these three segments is 3:30:10:2. So 3:1:2. So you can now, what you can do, you can divide the initial cost also in the same ratio. So divide 39,000 in this ratio, that is 3:1:2. So if I divide 39,000 in the ratio 3:1:2, what are those values? 3 plus 1 is 4, 4 plus 2 is 6. So 6 is equal to 39,000. Okay, so 1 is equal to how much? 1 is equal to, I can say 6, 6 are 36, 6 5s are 6,500. So here supermarket 6,500, 6,500 into 2, that is 13,000, and 65 into 3. What is 65 into 3? That will comes out to be how much? 10,000, sorry, 195, that's right. So 19500. So this is the initial cost. Now tell me, can we identify the profit or loss from the different format? Now remember, we do not need to find out the exact answers, but can we find out? Now we know the distribution of the initial cost. We also initial cost. I can also write down the additional cost. Okay, the additional cost for all the category we have calculated already. It's not necessary to find out these values, but since we have find out, so additional cost is, you can see 10,050, 3810, 1940. So I can write down that is 10,050, okay, and then 3810. So that is 3810, and then it is 1940, isn't it? 1940, 1940, and the total additional cost, it is given as 15,800. So this is 15,800. So with the help of both the statements, we can find out the answer. So the correct answer for this question is, can anyone tell me which option now? Option number C, that's right. So both statements 1 and 2 are required to calculate the profit or loss. So can I move to the next question, question number 2? I think there is one more line which needs to be added for question number 2, 3, 4. That use the data of question number 1. Somehow it is not on the slide, but that was given. At use the data of question number 1. So it says, what is the profit or loss from online sales? Okay, so if I look at here online sales, so profit or loss from the online sales, online 30,000. The total cost is the sum of these two. What is the total cost of sum of these two? 19 and 10, that is 29,550. So that is 29,550. So what is the profit? 30,000 minus 29,550. That will be comes out to be plus 450, isn't it? So that is 30,000 minus 29,550, that is equal to 450. So the correct answer for question number 2 is option D. So is that clear to all of you? Can I move to the next slide? Then third, which retail profit is least profit making for B and C? So least profit making for B and C. So we can see here option B, that is, what was the option B? Option B was supermarket. So let's see here, supermarket, that is 6,500 plus 3,810, and this is 13,000 plus here. So you can easily see that here there is basically a loss, isn't it? I do not need to calculate, because 6,500 plus 3,810, the sum of these two is definitely more than 10,000. So in supermarket there is a loss, so, and in bookstore there is a profit. So least profit making is nothing but option number B, supermarket. So is this question number 3 also clear? Okay. And the last question of this set, question number 4. Okay. Which retail format gives the highest profit for B and C? So which has, that's right, the answer is, of course, that is bookstore. So the highest profit is nothing but that is bookstore. You can say that is 20,000. This is 14,940. So 20,000 minus 14,940. So this will be equal to 5,060. So maximum profit is in this bookstore. So the answer is option A. So not a very difficult question, but yeah, time consuming might be, because lots of data were given. So can I move to the next set if this set is clear? 5 and 6. Okay. Direction for question number 5 and 6. Read the following caselet and choose the best option. Now tell me, what is the answer for question number 5? Anyone? A very interesting question. Satyam is saying A. Anyone else? Damni, what is your answer? Ansita. Damni is saying E. Satyam is now saying C. Okay. Okay, what about the others? Sonali, Priyanka, Nikita, Anirudh, Aman. The correct answer is C. Okay. Now why C? We'll see that. It says a teacher wants to administer a multiple choice question, each having 6 choices, based quiz of high difficulty levels to a class of 60 students. The quiz had 60 questions. The probability of selecting correct. Now, probability of selecting correct is, for a good student is 0.2 and for a brilliant student is 0.25. And the poor students had no learning advantage. Okay. The teacher did not want to cheat, students to cheat, but does not have time and resources to monitor. All students were seated serially. So the question is it possible to detect for teacher to detect cheating without monitoring? Choose the statement that best describes. So I need to choose the best option among the given options. Which one is the best? First says it is not at all possible. Teacher will have to be introduced technology if there is no human support. No, we can. The question is it possible? So that might be possible. So A won't be a best choice. B says it is always possible, but teacher has to calculate exact answers. We can't say anything. But if you look at here, because one option A and option B, they are very extreme, that it's simply not possible, or one option is it is always possible. But in rest of the options, there is one option, one statement. However, there can be a small error in judgment. C says it is possible when many students sitting next to each other have the same incorrect answers. Now we know that for out of the 6 choices, okay, I think each question has 6 choices. So there are 6 choices, let's say option A, option B, option C, option D, option E, option F. And if, let's say option A is the correct one. Okay. So if all the students marked option A as the correct answer, if all the students marked option A as the correct answer, so that might be possible that all of them are knowing the correct answer. That's why they have marked A. But there are 5 wrong answers. There are 5 wrong answers. And if most of the students, if I say all students or most of the students, they mark the same wrong answer. Okay. Now, if there are other students, someone has marked option B, someone has marked C, D, E, F. So it's very difficult. But if I say all of them mark the same wrong answers. So let's say one person has marked D. D has the wrong answer. Other person also marked D. Other person also marked D. So if everyone is marking the same wrong answers, So on the basis of this, we can guess, okay, it might be possible that all these people have cheated. That's why they are getting the wrong answer and the same wrong answers. Because for every wrong answer, there are 5 choices. But marking the same wrong answers, it means they must be cheating. However, there can be a small error in the judgment. That is what we can guess. But it might be possible that I'm doing a small error in the judgment. So that's why the correct answer is option number C. So is that clear to all of you now? Because option D says each have the same correct answer. So same correct answers is possible. Last says it is possible only for poor but not good and brilliant. Again, that is not an issue. So clear? Tell me now, Sonali, Satyam, Priyanka, Nikita, Damni, and Sita. This question is clear. All right. Now it says 3 good students were sitting next to each other. What is the probability of them having the same incorrect choices for 4 consecutive? Now in the question, yes, the answer is C. In the question it is given that probability of getting a correct answer. So we know the probability of the correct answers. Yes or no? Probability of correct. We have no idea what about the probability of wrong and what about the probability of leaving the questions. It might be possible that the student has not attempted at all. So we only know the probability of correct is 0.2. So we can't say the combined these two probability is 0.8. Either I am doing it wrong or I am leaving the question. Both the scenarios are possible. And since nothing has been mentioned about these two things, so the best option will be cannot be calculated. So is that clear now? Can we move to the next slide? Okay, great. 7th, a very interesting set. And before 7, let's do 8 first of all. Okay. Now, question number 8 says, there is a lot of interest. Okay, can anyone tell me what is the answer for question number 8, those who have attempted it? Satyam is saying A, what about the other people? The correct answer is option E. Let's see how. There is a lot of interest in the first 5 rank for the class 11th students. One student guessed the rank order. Okay, so one of the students has guessed that the rank A, the rank is nothing. I can say that is A, B, C, D and E. Later upon announcement of the result, it was found that not only did he get each student out of a true position, none of the student in his ranking correctly followed her immediate predecessor. Okay, which means A cannot get the first rank, B is not getting the second rank, C is not getting the third rank, D is not getting the fourth rank. Okay, D is not getting the fourth rank, and E is also not getting the fifth rank. Is that clear to all of you? Okay. Also, the sequence A and B, they cannot come at the 2 consecutive positions because it says none of the students in his ranking correctly followed her immediate predecessor. So B cannot follow A. So A and B sequence, this is not possible. Okay. C cannot follow B. So B and C 2 consecutive positions cannot occupy in this same order. Similarly, C and D positions are not possible. D and E positions are also not possible. After that, another student guessed D. So the guesswork of the remaining students. Okay. The another student has guessed. So let me write down that also. So what did he guess? That is D. Then E or A. Then E. And then C. And then B. And here it says even his guess is wrong. And it was found that he got 2 positions correct. So out of the 5, 2 positions are correct. Which 2 positions are correct? Can you guys tell me? Which 2 positions are correct? That is 5C2. There are 10 possibilities. Yes or no? That out of these 5 positions, 2 of the positions are correct. So which 2 positions are correct? I'll say 5C2. Or 10 possibilities are there. So we need to check all those 10 possibilities. Okay. It was also found, even his guess, it was also found that he had got 2 positions and the 2 students. So, and the 2 students in his ranking correctly followed their immediate predecessor. So out of these 4, like that is DA, I'm writing it here, or AE, or EC, or CB. Out of these 4, sequence, only two of them are correct. Exactly two of them are correct, and rest all of them are wrong. Okay. So we do not know who has got which position here. Okay. So I'll say this is in the same order, like isn't it first, second, third. So let's say D has got first position and A has got the second position. We'll start with this one. Like I said, there are 10 possibilities. So D and A, the guess is correct. So D has got first position, A has got second position. So E, C, B, they all have got different position. E can't get the third position. Yes or no? So E can't get the third position, or I'll write down in this way. Let's say this is the first position, second, third, fourth, and fifth. So if I say that first and second positions are correct, so D has got first position and A has got second position. Okay. So if D has got first position, A has got second position, so these two positions are nothing but they are correct. All right. So third position, E can't come at the third position. Okay. And C also can't occupy the third position. So if I take these two are correct, so I need to identify what can be the possible sequence for these three people. So can I say who can occupy the third position? E can't occupy the third position. Okay. C also can't occupy the third position. So the only possibility is that B. Is that clear? So B is occupying the third position. And if B is occupying the third position, so I am getting AB. But is the sequence AB possible? Just look at the pointer and tell me. Is the sequence AB possible? No. So I'll just rule out. First case is not possible. Okay. Second case, I've taken the first and second. Then I'll take first and third. D and E. The guess for D and E is correct. Let's say assume. Okay. So one thing which is very important, if you understand, then you do not need to check all the cases here. If D and E is correct, so A, C, B are wrong. A, C, B are at the wrong positions as per this. But tell me one thing, we also know that the out of this four sequence, two of this sequence should be also correct. So is that possible that can two of the sequences correct? Because if I do not take A at here, or I do not take C and B at here, so is this out of these four, can two of the sequences possible? Now remember, DA, it is not possible at all. Yes or no? A is also not possible at all. Even EC is also not possible at all. Okay? Because I can't put here A here, remember? Okay, I can't put here C here. So DA sequence, okay, DA is not possible, A is also not possible, EC is also not possible. Okay. So even if I'm not putting B here, so CB is also not possible. So is this case possible? Please tell me now. 1 and 3rd is correct? No. So similarly, you can say that 1 and 4 is also not correct. Okay. Similarly, you can say the 1 and 4 is also not correct. Like I'll say, we have taken 1, 2 is not correct, 1, 3 is not correct, 1 and 4. If I put here C. Okay. So 2 of the predecessors are correct. So again, that won't be possible. So in this case, out of these 4 sequences, 2 sequences are possible. That is only if first and second positions are correct, or the last 2 positions are correct, the 2 consecutive positions. Okay. Otherwise, you can simply make all the 10 cases. I can keep neglecting that. If I take the last 2 positions are correct, let's say C is here and B is here. Alright. So C is here and the B is here, and these 2 positions are, I'll say, correct here. So the sequence CB, that is already correct here. Now, depending upon that, we'll try to identify who can occupy the 3rd position. 3rd, okay, I'll say, let's say second position, A. Okay, second position, A, I can't put A. Or you can also start with first, you can start with anyone. First position, I can't put D. Okay, first position, I can't put A. So first position, from the first system perspective, I can't put A at the first position. So A can't come at the first position, D can't come at the first position. So who can come at the first position? Please tell me. If A and D is not possible, the only possibility is E. Okay, E is at the first position. Alright, so E is at the first position. Now we are left out with D and who else? AB, A and D. But at the second positions, I can't put B. Here I can't put A because this is wrong. Okay, these 2 are only correct, so I can't put A here. I can't put A here. So the only possibility here is nothing but that is D and A. Alright. So exactly two positions as per the second student is correct. And I can say the sequence D and A, these are two consecutive, and C and B, these are two consecutive, that is also happening. Okay. And rest all of them are not satisfying. Like AB, BC, you can cross check. AB, BC, CD, D. I'm not getting AB, I'm not getting BC, I'm not getting C and D, as well as I'm not getting D and E. ED and D is different. DA, I'm getting, that's right. But AE is not possible and EC is also not possible. So exactly two of them are correct. So the correct sequence is nothing but that is E, D, A, C, B. And that is our answer. So the correct answer is option E. Isa got the fourth position. Sorry. Oh, sorry. The answer is option A. Yeah, option A. I marked the wrong option choices. The correct answer is that Ankita got the third position. That's right. Yes, that's right. So the answer is option A. So is that clear to all of you? I think the answer of the previous question was option E. Maybe. Okay. Now coming to the last question, that is question number 7. So if I look at here, it says students from 4 sections of a class accompanied by respective class teachers plan to go for a field trip. Okay. There were 19 people in all. However, on the scheduled day, one of the 4 teachers and few students. So if there are 4 sections, all right. So I'll say that is section A, section B, section C, and section D. So there are 4 teachers, yes or no? I'll say teacher 1, teacher 2, teacher 3, and the teacher 4. So out of 19 students, out of 19 people, 4 of them are teachers. And 15 of them are students. Okay. Further, it also says, on a one day, one of the 4 teachers and a few students, so few means what? Whether it should be more than 1 or 1. Few means what? It has to be more than, otherwise I could have used a statement, yes, more than 1 student could not join. Is that clear? Okay, that's right. Great. So depending upon that, we need to solve the questions here. So coming to the next slide, it says, the statement taken together can give us the exact number. I need to find out which of these statements, if I combine, they are giving us the exact number of students from each section. Now, if you read here, first statement, section A had the largest contingent. Section B had fewer students than section A. Section C's contingent was smaller than section B. Section D has the smallest contingent. The product of this 10 and is. So if you look at here, only statement 5 and 7 is actually talking about the numbers, isn't it? Like statement 5th says, the product of the number of students from each of the section is a multiple of 10. And the product of the number of students from each section is a multiple of 24. So in almost, because only with 5th and 7th statement is talking about the number of students. So I'll eliminate all the option in which 5th, 5 and 7 was not present. So option A is not possible. Option B is not possible. Option D is not possible. Option D is possible or not? Yes. I think option A and B is not possible at all. Is that clear? Because 5 or 7, one of these should be present here. Can I move forward if this part is clear to all of you? So only option C, D and E can be correct. And it says, so what can be the maximum number of students? As it says, few students could not join the rest. Okay. So if few students could not join the rest, so maximum number of students here is 13. Yes or no? Maximum, there can be 13 students. Okay. And there will be 3 teachers. So depending upon that, we'll try to solve the cases here. Now, the product of the number of students from each section is a multiple of 2. Okay. So, what are the different possibilities here? We need to check here. The product of this here. Or you can start using the options also. And with the help of the options, you can also calculate here. Okay. So if I'm talking about the, let's say, option number C. Okay. Option C is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'll not check statement 1, 7, 8, and 9. Let's say. Let's check only the statement 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. And let's see if we can find out with the help of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or not here. So it says the section A had the largest contingent. Okay. Section B had fewer students than section A. Section C was smaller than section B, and section D has smallest. Okay. So it will be like this. That is already given. And also the number of students from section C is more than 2. So number of students from section C is more than 2. So I can consider a case, let's say, if there are 3 students here. All right. If there are 3 students, then what are the possibilities here? Okay. If there is a 3 students, so I need to take minimum 4, and here I need to take minimum 5. So 5 plus 4 is 9, 9 plus 3 is 12, and in D I can take 1 student. And if you multiply all of them, what is their product? Can anyone tell me? What is their product? 5 into 4 is 20, into 3, 60. And fifth says the product of the number of students from each section is a multiple of 10. So I'm getting 60. Okay. Any other possibilities? Any other possibilities? Please tell me. It also says that the number of students from section C is more than 2. Okay. So any other possibilities? Can I say we are getting a unique case with the help of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? That is the only possibilities. 5, 4, 3, 1, and there won't be any other possibilities. Please tell me yes or no. No. So the correct answer for this question is this. If I go by the other options, so in other options more than one answers are possible. Only with this option C we are getting a unique answer. So that's why the correct answer is option C. So is that part clear to all of you? Okay, great. All right, so that completes the today's session. So any doubts to anyone now? No, option E is not right, Satyam. Option E is not right because in option E, you'll be getting multiple possibility. 2 to 3 different cases are possible. Okay, like option E says 1, 4, 6, 7, and 9. Okay, so if I consider 1, 4, 6, 7, and 9. Okay, so if you consider which says 1, 4, 6, 7, and 9. So 1, section A has largest, section D is smallest. Okay, we know A has largest and D is smallest. With the help of 1 and 4, I can say A is the largest and D is the smallest. All right. Other thing which it says here, 6 and 7. The number of students from section C is more than 2. Okay, and the 7 says the product of the number of students from each of them. And 9 says each section contributed different here. Okay. The number of students from section C is more than 2. But I need a total multiple of 24. That is again important. Total multiple of 24. So in that case, I think there are a lot of possibilities are there. Okay. One of the possibilities is I can say C. The number of students from section C is more than 2. So you can take it as 3. Number of sections are 3. Okay. And D is the smallest. What about B? Nothing has been mentioned about B. Okay. So I can take probably in B, I can take 2. A is equal to 4. A is the largest and here it is 1. So 4 plus 2 is 6 plus 3 is 9 plus 1, 10, satisfying maximum 13 students. And here the product is nothing but that is 24. Okay. I can also take a case. This is 3, this is 1, this is 2, and this is 8. Total number of students is 8 plus 2 is 10, 10 plus 3, 13 plus 1, 14. No. So this 14 to वैसे भी नहीं ले सकते हैं, so you can remove this one. But one more possibility is there. C is 4. This is 1. This is, I can take it as 2. And this is 6. So 6 plus 2 is equal to 8 plus 4, 13. Number of students are 13 and the product here is nothing but that is 48. So we're not getting a unique cases. 2 cases are possible here. Is that clear now? So that's why this is the wrong answer. Okay, great. All right, guys. So we'll end the session here. And as you know, tomorrow morning we are going to discuss 2018 retest. Okay, 2018 retest. So good night to all of you. See you all tomorrow. Satyam, the video has been already uploaded. Just go to the decision making section. You can find it there only. Satyam, all the quant. Okay, just check there. I have already uploaded all this.
Good evening. Am I audible to all of you? Yes? Okay. So today we are going to discuss the decision making section of XAT 2014. All the questions. There were total of I think 24 questions in 2014. Right. So let us start. Question number 1, 2, 3 because it will require quant. So Nitin sir will solve this with you when he's with us. We will start with question number 4. Okay. We will start with question number 4. Just take a minute. Try to solve question number 4 and then we'll discuss. So what do you think? Yes, Damini, it has started. What do you think? Question number 4. What is the best conclusion that can be drawn from the above paragraph? What do you think? Shubham, you have marked number A as the answer, right? Okay, what about others? What is he trying to say? He is trying to say that if you look at professionally trained anthropologists, when the professionally trained anthropologists, when they work within the field of interest and training, if they work within their field of interest and training, then their works are very thorough and systematic. Okay, this is question number 4, Damini. Question number 4. Okay, so he's telling you that when professionally trained anthropologists, whenever they are working within their field of interest and training, then their works are very thorough and systematic. However, when you look at their work or in the colonial and post-colonial periods, then you see that they are late. They are late in colonial or post-colonial trajectories. They are late means their work is not systematic. They lag behind. It is not thorough. Okay, and why do they lag behind? They lag behind because their professional training shapes their interpretation. That means their training is such that they will be systematic and thorough only in areas where they are interested or where they have been trained. But because colonial and post-colonial trajectories are something that probably they have not been trained in, so that is why they are late. They are not thorough and they are not very systematic about it. So if this is what he's saying, then which of the following is analogous? Which of the following is analogous? I think answer should be A and not any other, because in number A, what is he saying? When you look at Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, what does it state? It states that speed and position cannot be determined simultaneously. So speed and position cannot be determined simultaneously means what? So if you are thorough and systematic, okay, if you are thorough and systematic, you will be late in your colonial or post-colonial trajectories because you have not been trained to interpret it in a certain way. That is the same thing which which he has mentioned in the passage, and that is why I think answer for this question should be A. Okay, what do you think? I think all the responses I have, everybody has marked A. Any other option you think will make sense? Is this clear? All of you? Yes, Arvind. What is your query? Tell me. Number B, okay? Cultural relativism, which states that two or more than two cultures cannot be compared. But this is wrong. This is not analogous. This is not analogous. Okay. If you are trained, okay, if you are trained, you will be systematic. If you are trained, you will be systematic, you will be thorough, right? And wherever you are not systematic and not thorough, you are not trained. So what is it? What is he trying to say? That training and you being unsystematic, they cannot coexist. They cannot coexist. If you are trained, you will be systematic. If you are not trained, you will be unsystematic. Being trained and systematic does not coexist. That is what he's trying to say, isn't it? So I think the same thing is happening here. I think the same thing is happening in number A. He's not making a comparison. Two or more than two cultures cannot be compared. He's not comparing. What is he saying? He is saying that people, anthropologists, are not systematic in the study of the colonial and post-colonial period. The reason is because professional training has shaped the interpretation. So if you have been professionally trained, you will not be systematic. So training and you being systematic cannot coexist. That is what he's trying to say. And that is why A is the answer. Did you get this? Anybody still has any issue? Okay, then let's move to question number 5. Question number 5, now these are standalone sentences, so that is why standalone questions, that is why we'll do it one at a time. Question number 5, take 2-3 minutes and tell me what should be the answer. Very easy one. Yes, again the answer is A. Because what do the parents and business leaders, what do they believe? They believe that pay is rarely based on performance. Okay. In reality, teachers' pay is determined by seniority, years of total teaching experience, and credentials. That is what happens. But actually, parents and leaders believe that no, pay is based on performance. But that is not the case. Now, parents and business leaders, they actually say that if you want to motivate teachers, you need to use a carrot and stick approach. If I want to disapprove their claim, then I can very easily say that, listen, there's no need for motivation. There's no need for a carrot and stick approach because these guys are already motivated. They're self-motivated. If teachers are self-motivated, then you don't need any kind of carrot and stick approach. Absolutely. Answer for this question should be A. Should be A. Any other option you think can be right? Okay, question number 6. Question number 6, let's see. Okay, all of you have written it is L-shaped. Number E, yes, I also think it is L-shaped because if this is suicidal tendency, okay, if I plot it like this, suicidal tendency, and over here if we plot cups of coffee, something like this, coffee intake. Then he tells you that 2, at the most 2 to 3 is going to work, but then if you increase it, there's not going to be much of an impact. So if you consume 1, then your tendency falls. By 2, 3, it falls, but after that, it kind of stagnates. When you increase your consumption beyond 4, then it is kind of stagnate. There is not much of an impact. So this is an L-shaped curve. Absolutely. I think everybody, all of you, because you are math students, this is very easy for you. Anybody has a doubt? Anybody has any query here? Okay. Number 7. Let's do this together. A group of 9 runners will finish the 400 meters race in a certain order. The runners are Ashok, Benjamin, Chetan, Divya, Ishant, Girish, Himani, and Iravati. They all finish at different times, and their finishing order is as follows. Okay. Now, based on these 4 statements, what is the best position that Girish can finish? That is the question. Now, let's see. He tells us that Fanish finishes before Ashok. Okay. Divya finishes before Benjamin and Ishant. Iravati finishes after Chetan, and Girish finishes after Ashok. So what do you think? What is the best position that Girish can finish? Second? No, it's not second. It is third. Yes, it is third. It is third position, because we know that before Girish finishes after Ashok. So Ashok will come before Girish. And before Ashok, we know Fanish is there. So Fanish will come before Ashok. And Ashok is before Girish. So when one thing is certain that at the best, he can finish at the third position. If others are in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th position, he cannot finish in the first and second position. That is for sure. At the best, his position can be third. Absolutely. Absolutely. Nikita, did you understand? Okay. Okay, good. Now, yeah, reading error. Now, coming to question number 8 to 11. 8 to 11 also will be taken by Nitin, sir. So we'll skip this as of now. And we'll come to question number 12 to 14. Question number 12 to 14, please read this case and try to solve the questions, and when you are done, let me know. Okay. So what is he telling you? He's talking about a company, IBM, that is producing 3 different products called Quickie Quick, Run of the Mill, and Maxi Max. Okay, and customers are happy. Customers were not complaining loudly. These 3 products are selling. Problem is that the demand for Quickie Quick was increasing. Quickie Quick was very profitable for the company. It was profitable for the company to increase production, even though there were some quality issues. Even though the quality department is not very happy with the product. Now, based on this, he's asking you question number 12. What must not be done by Ram? So what should Ram not do? Yes, number A, it's absolutely certain that he should not only produce Quickie Quick as it gives highest profits. Why? Why? Why is A the answer? Because it tells you that other 2 products also have demand. Okay, yes, the other 2 products also have demand, and right now, as far as because there are 3 products, so what is the percentage in the profit? What is the contribution of Quickie Quick? We don't know. it may be very profitable, but it's possible that out of the total products sold, only 10% of them are Quickie Quick and the remaining 90% are the other two items. Isn't that possible? So if I only start producing Quickie Quick, I will lose out on the revenue of the other two. So he should not produce only Quickie Quick. He should also produce the other two products. Other things, B, C, D, and E, whatever has been mentioned, these should be done by Ram. Okay, because there are quality issues. That is why Ram can stop production till the committee submits its reports, because there are quality complaints. So in order to address the quality complaints, he can stop the production of Quickie Quick for a certain period of time. Okay, answer for this question is A and not E. Okay, question number 13. Now he's telling you that there was a suggestion. There was a suggestion that we need to increase the price. We need to increase the prices. Okay, it is agreed that prices we need to increase. Now Rocket Singh, who is the head of sales, he is confused. Why? Because he has heard some complaints. There were some customer complaints with run of the mill and maxi max, and then people are talking about increasing the prices. So there are complaints also, and the management is talking about increasing the prices. What should Rocket Singh do? What should he do? Yes, he should conduct a research study to find out the reason for customers' dissatisfaction. It's possible that the customer's dissatisfaction is not because of price. It's possible that the customer dissatisfaction is because of the distribution of the product, or because of some other feature. It's not necessarily dependent on price. So the mere fact that prices are being increased does not mean that the customers will become more miffed with that product. It's possible that customers are dissatisfied because there is some other reason. So we need to know. Yes, E is the answer for 13. And number 14 also is very easy. Number 14 says, a lot of people, many managers were discussing the problems. There were managers from the finance and the marketing department. There were managers from the production department. So many managers were having so many problems. Okay. Now, which of the following is the best possible course of action available to the affected managers? Because manager of finance, marketing, production, all of them are facing some issues. So best is that, yes, you get together, you create a forum, you discuss all the problems and resolve the issues. Absolutely. Number C. Absolutely. Anybody has any doubt? Okay, very good. 12 again. Okay, question number 12. Question number 12. Arvind, he's asking you, what should Ram not do? What should Ram not do? Ram should not produce only Quickie Quick. Why? Because we don't know what is the percentage contribution of Quickie Quick to the company's profits. Quickie Quick may be very high selling product, that's possible. It may be very profitable, but it's still possible that the contribution it makes to the total profits of the company is, let's say, 10%. So if you discontinue the other two products, you will straight away lose 90% of your profits or revenues. So it is not advisable that you only start producing Quickie Quick because it gives you the highest profits. Even with the highest profits, it's possible that the sales of other two products are more than Quickie Quick. Okay? Why not E? I told you. Why not E? Because what must not be done? What must not be done? This should be done. Number E should be done. Ram should stop the production. Ram should stop the production of Quickie Quick till the committee submits its reports. Why? Because there were some quality issues. He mentioned that there were some quality issues. Raw material suppliers, they are supplying cheaper quality material. So there are some quality issues with Quickie Quick. So till the time these issues are resolved, till the time you form a committee to address the quality issues, it's better that you either reduce the production or you stop the production. Both are advisable. No, the who wanted to supply cheap quality material? The raw material suppliers. The raw material suppliers wanted to supply lower quality at cheaper prices. Okay, so it is actually the raw material suppliers. Because of this, yes, they wanted to supply, absolutely, and plus he also tells you that quality department is not happy with the product, so there are some quality issues. Yes, Nikita, that is, I understand what you're trying to say is that just because he has used the word wanted, it means in the future they will supply lower quality at cheaper prices, isn't it? That is what you're trying to say. But the quality department is not happy. How about the quality department is not happy with the product? So that means there are some other issues also. There are some issues with the quality. Yes or no? There are some issues with the quality. As it is, there are some issues with the quality, and then the raw material suppliers are also saying that they will supply lower quality at cheaper prices. So first you need to address the quality issue. That is why he has formed a committee. So this committee will actually decide on the quality issue. They will make a decision whether we are going to accept lower quality raw materials at cheaper prices. If that is what what the company wants, then it's okay. So there are already some quality issues. So I think D and E can be done. Quality issues should be rectified or addressed first. Okay. Okay. If this is clear, 12, 13, and 14, wouldn't that hamper profits? Wouldn't that hamper profits? Yes. Yes, it will hamper profits. Yes, it will. As Rahim, yeah, Rahim wanted only profits, but you are not looking at it from the angle of only Rahim. You don't have to look at it from the angle of only Rahim. Ram wants to supply quality product. What the committee wants, the committee will decide for the company whether it wants to, whether it does a trade off between quality and some other thing. That is for the committee to decide. Yes, Arvind, I understand what you're trying to say. Over here, he's saying that Mr. Rahim wants higher profits. Okay, Mr. Rahim wants higher profits. But where does Rahim say that he does not want quality product? In fact, he set up a committee for improving the quality. So he set up a committee for improving the quality. So it's not just higher profits that he wants. Otherwise, why would he set up the committee? He would have very readily said that okay, the raw material suppliers, they are supplying low quality material at cheaper prices. Oh, this is going to increase the profits. Let's accept it. But he did not do something of that sort. Okay, which means there is a trade-off will have to be made. Yes, this shows that he's concerned about quality as well. Yes. Okay. Okay, so now let's come to the next one. Question number 15 to 18. It is a very lengthy case study. Okay, the case is very lengthy. Questions are not very difficult. So please take your time and please do let me know when you are done. Question number 15 to 18. Is everyone through? Should we check? Okay, so over here, there are three different reports. The first report, it is about the market share. It tells us that even though Apple is now the top US mobile phone vendor, Samsung will overtake Apple in April of 2013. That is the crux of what he's trying to say. This is the first report. So first report is about market share. Who has the highest market share? There's a lot of information there, which is, I think, not very relevant. Now the second report is a reader's response to the first report. Now the reader is saying that whatever market share figures you are giving, I don't believe the numbers for Samsung. Why? Why I don't believe it for Samsung? Because what they have done is that Samsung was required to supply real sales numbers for devices, but they actually did not supply the real figures. Okay, they did not supply the real figures. So what he's trying to say is that the gist of what he's trying to say is that without accurate self-reporting of actual sales to the end users, none of these market share charts are worth a damn. So you are not giving me the figures. Okay, he's telling you. Okay, he's telling you that with Apple's sales, Apple has provided us with actual numbers. They have given us actual numbers, but Samsung has actually not released their sales details or real sales details. So that is why he's not ready to believe in the market share report, the first report. Now the third report is a contradictory survey. It talks about the rankings of phones as far as customer satisfaction is concerned. So the third report is on an altogether different parameter. It talks about customer satisfaction, and it tells us that iPhone 5 is 5th in customer satisfaction. Okay, he gives you lots of details, which one is first, which one is second, which one is third. Over here there's a chart also. He tells you that Motorola Atrix HD is first, Motorola Droid is second, and so on and so forth. You can see the charts. So the third survey is on customer satisfaction. It's not on market share, it's not in figures, it is customer satisfaction. Based on this, he's asking you, if you analyze the three reports above, which of the following statements would be the best inference? What will you infer? Tell me. Yes, but obvious, you will infer C, that newspapers may report selectively. One newspaper is talking about market share, the other one is talking about satisfaction, and the reader who has given a response, he is actually also saying that no, these figures may be wrong because actual figures have not been provided by Samsung. That is his claim. That is his claim. So this all tells us that newspapers may report selectively. Number B is wrong. All the three reports, they have been bought by the companies. How can you say that, Nikita? All the three reports have been bought by the companies. So that means report number 1 is bought by Apple. And that is why it is saying Apple right now has the market, is the leader in the market, but it will now lose to Samsung. How is the second report bought by the company? How is the second report bought by the company? Third report is about satisfaction. Third report is by so, but then, yeah, it may be. So you should have used the word may. You should have used the word may. But when you say the three reports have been bought by the companies, there's an absolute certainty there, which we cannot say. This is not true. The three reports may have been brought by the companies, that would still have been acceptable. Okay. Number E is also wrong. Customer's response is neutral and objective. Of course not. How is it neutral and objective? He's criticizing Samsung. He's critical of Samsung. If he's critical of Samsung, then how is his response neutral and objective? Okay. So number E also is not right. Answer is C. Newspapers may report selectively. One report is saying Apple is best, and another is saying Samsung is best, and another is saying no, Motorola is best. So they may pick and choose. Number 16. Question number 16. Assume report 1 and report 3 are both correct. Which of the following can be a reason for seemingly divergent ranks of different companies and the products? What can be the reason? Okay. Now, report number one is about sales. Remember, report number one is about sales, and report number two is about satisfaction, right? So, why is it that the same product which is number one in sales, it is not number one in satisfaction? What can be the reason? You have marked A. Okay, two of you have marked A. You are saying iPhone 4, another product from Apple, could have been the best seller in the US. Do you know anything about iPhone 4? No, you don't. You don't. Okay, so it is not possible. What is the reason that the sales and satisfaction don't match? Okay, so I think the reason is that just because something is selling does not mean that it will necessarily satisfy everyone. That is the reason. That reason is not mentioned anywhere. That reason is not mentioned anywhere. So I am more inclined to mark none of the above. I'm more inclined to mark none of the above. Number D also is wrong. Customer satisfaction never leads to higher customer loyalty. That is also not true. That is also not true. Just because, yes, it is too extreme. What the words that you need to use, customer satisfaction may not lead to higher customer loyalty. Okay, that is the kind of answer we are looking for, and that is not there, and that is why D also is wrong. Did you understand? All of you, why 16 answer is E? None of the above. Number 17, if report 1 and report 3 both are correct, which of the following can be the reason for the divergent ranks reported for different companies and the products? Very simple. Right now we talked about the reason. The reason is, yes, the reason is that sales and satisfaction may not be perfectly related with each other. Absolutely. Sales and satisfaction may not be related with each other. Yes, number D is the answer for number 17. Okay, there was one more question related to this. 18. Which of the following is more likely to be a correct conclusion about the respondent or reader in report number 2? In report number 2, the person who is responding, he wants more objective data to be released by the companies. Absolutely. It should be E. Very, very simple. Anybody has any doubt till now? Right. So let's come to the next question, number 19 to question number 21. 3 questions are there. Please take a look and please let me know when you are done. Okay, let's see what he's trying to say. He tells us that Ajay is running a business consulting company, and there is a problem. Okay, there is a problem. Is that managing the business has become complex. Consultants are always under pressure to deliver good and innovative problems. He tells you that the biggest challenge for Ajay is to have consultants who have latest knowledge and who can also earn revenues. So he has lots of consultants. He has people who has a lot of knowledge, but they may probably not be able to earn more revenues. Because according to him, getting additional business was a challenge because all the consultants were busy and it was very difficult to hire new consultants. They have all the knowledge. Consultants have all the knowledge, but they are unable to generate more revenues. That is what he's trying to say, and that is a problem Ajay is facing. Based on this information, question number 19, he says, some of the consultants were adept at applying old solutions to new problems. So the consultants are not coming up with new ideas. And Ajay is not very sure if this is going to work for the long term. And in fact, some of the clients also have complained about the performance of the old and reputed consultants. So there are some solutions. These 5 solutions have been mentioned. So according to for Ajay, what is the best sequence of decisions that should be taken by Ajay, starting from immediate to distant? So, what is the first thing that he should do? First thing that he should do is that because he wants consultants to generate ideas, so he should ask them to work on inter-industry and inter-domain problems. I think this is the first thing which he should do. Okay? Okay, this is the first thing which he should do. After that, because yes, number three I think will work because you want them to concentrate in a particular field to become specialized in a particular field. Then probably you can decrease the number of simultaneous projects handled by consultants. That can also work. You increase the support staff to the consultants, and so on and so forth. I also think B should be the answer. Some of you have marked number C, some of you have marked E also. So we'll take a look at C and we'll take a look at E as well. Okay. There's a staff crunch. No, there is no staff crunch. There is no staff crunch. For generating more revenues, he is thinking of hiring more people, but hiring more people takes time. It's not easy. If you have read the case, it says it is difficult. It was very difficult to hire new consultants. So he cannot do it immediately. Please understand that. He cannot do it immediately. So what he can do immediately? He cannot hire people immediately. So number 5 to last hona padega. Recruit more consultants will have to be last. The only option where it is last is number 4. Number B. That is one way in which you can eliminate. Plus, the problem is that the old consultants, they're not coming up with new ideas. If they're not coming up with the new ideas, then what is the best way in which you can work with the same set of people, because recruitment of new people is not easy. So in what way can you harness the potential of the same number of people? You ask them to work on inter-industry and inter-domain problems. That means 4 has to be first. 4 has to be first. That is the best solution. So if you know 4 has to be first and 5 has to be last, then automatically you will come to option number B. Okay. Okay. Now, Anirudh, you are saying, why is number 3 coming before number 2? First, you decrease the number of simultaneous projects handled by consultants. It's possible that one consultant A is handling 10 different projects. It's possible. If he's handling 10 projects, then his attention is divided. That is why he's not able to focus on, let's say, 2 or 3 projects. He's not able to generate more revenues. So first reduce the number of projects, and whatever projects are left with him, let's say 2 projects are left, then you provide him with additional support. Increase the support staff. You provide him with support so that whatever is required in the remaining projects, he remains updated. 2 also can come before 3, 3 also can come before 2. Usme zyada problem nahi hai. 3 and 2 we can interchange. We can interchange between 3 and 2. That is not problematic. But we know for certain that asking other consultants to work on inter-industry and inter-domain problems is going to be the first priority. Answer has to be B. Okay. Is this clear for everyone? Coming to question number 20. Okay. Now, when Ajay implemented some of the steps mentioned above, some consultants, they wanted to renegotiate their contract with the organization. Because the organization had never asked the consultants to work across industries and domains, that is why some of the old people, they were reluctant to change their ways, and they actually were not ready to work in inter-industry and inter-domain projects. Even though younger consultants, they were willing to follow Ajay's advice. So which of the following decision can be taken by Ajay to handle the situation? What can he do? I think yes, he can discuss all these issues in an open house, and he can ask the people who have a problem for solutions. Absolutely. Number E is right for question number 20. 21. Question number 21. Ajay is going to retire in 5 years and he wants to leave behind a legacy. You order the following activities from the most important to the least important that Ajay should undertake in 5 years. If he wants to leave a legacy, it is absolutely important that he first set a future direction for the organization in these challenging times. So number two has to come first. Okay. First you set direction. After that, what do? Do you infuse fresh thinking by hiring outsiders, or do you first benchmark performance with respect to the best consulting company in the industry? I think you should first benchmark. Your performance. You should know where you stand as of now. पहले अपना direction set करो. Okay, the direction is that we'll convert it into a 1,000 crore company. Now you compare where you stand. Your target is 1,000 crore. Compare with the standard. If other companies are at 5,000 crores, then why is your company not even 1,000 crores? So you can make some comparisons. You can learn from them. After that, if you want to include people, after that you want to bring in more people, then it's all right. Okay, I think B should be the answer for question number 21. Only when you benchmark your performance, you will know where you lack, and to make up for that, for whatever loophole you have, or wherever you lack, to make up for those things in which you lack, you can hire fresh thinking by hiring outsiders. Yes, you can infuse fresh thinking. Okay, I'll go with B. I will go with B and not with D. Okay, come. I think these three were the only questions. So now we'll come to the next three questions, number 22 to 24. Even though it is lengthy, but again, it is not very difficult. So just take a look and please let me know when you are done. Question number 22 to question number 24. Okay, so I believe everyone is through. What is he trying to tell you? In this case, he talks about a person, Rajender. Now, Rajender Singh, who belongs to Bhatinda, he has worked in Balwant store throughout his life. Okay, so Rajendra is kind of pretty loyal to Balwant. And Rajendra then, when he grows up, he actually goes and he does an MBA program, and then he gets hired by one of the biggest companies in the world, Big Mart. Now, what happens is that very slowly and steadily he becomes the real estate manager for North India in Big Mart. A real estate manager he becomes, but one day what happens is that he comes to know about Big Mart's plans to expand to Bhatinda. Now, Mr. Balwant's store is in Bhatinda. So the fear that Rajender has is that when Big Mart opens in Bhatinda, then what will happen? Then stores like Mr. Balwant's stores, they will actually suffer. They will suffer, even though he knows that Big Mart has been a major force in improving the quality of life for average consumer around the world. How? By offering great prices on goods. Why? Because it is not just consumers. Big farmers also have benefited because there were low prices. Middlemen were removed. Big farmers also benefited through low prices. So big farmers could sell the products directly to the to Big Mart. And the fear that Rajendra has, that Rajendra knew that opening a big mart could disrupt small businesses in Bhatinda. And Balwant is having a small business in Bhatinda. So this is a problem that he is facing, and he does not know what to do. Who should he ask? He wanted a solution. Should he talk to Uncle Balwant? Should he talk to his boss? Should he talk to his wife? He does not know. He's very unhappy. So what should he do? Very simple. Question is, who is the best person for Rajendra to talk to? It has to be Balwant. It has to be Balwant. All this trouble has occurred because he's concerned about Balwant and Balwant's store. So the best person to talk to is Balwant. Probably Balwant is not scared of Big Mart. Probably Balwant is very open to the idea of Big Mart opening there. Yes or no? And plus, please understand, he has told you that Balwant's store, it is kind of, he personally is involved. He personally, takes care of customers. Now this personalization, this warmth may not be available in a big store like Big Mart. So it's possible that whatever Rajendra is thinking, that because of Big Mart, small businesses like Mr. Balwant, they will fail. That may not necessarily be true. So he should, I think, talk to Mr. Balwant. Yes or no? Aditya, what will his colleagues in the office do? What will his colleagues in the office do? Nothing. The person he believes who is going to be impacted is Balwant, so it's best that he talks to Balwant. They can advise on how to solve the problem, but please understand, the colleagues, they will always look at it from the angle of Big Mart, because they are being paid by Big Mart. They will never think about Balwant. Okay? And what I'm trying to say is that all this issue is because Rajendra feels that Balwant will get impacted. At least talk to Balwant and come to know. Just because big stores have opened does not mean that small stores do not survive, right? That is why I think number D is the answer for 22. 23. After a lot of research, Rajendra has come across a study published in a leading journal, and this study states that most local farmers benefited because Big Mart bought agricultural produce directly from the farmers. So what action would you prefer Rajendra to take after he got this fresh information? What do you think? Yes, number C. Just because Big Mart, because of Big Mart, local farmers have been benefited. So this can be an opportunity for Rajendra to talk about the concerns of local traders. He can talk about the concerns of local traders because there can be agitation by local traders. He can talk to the top management. It may help Big Mart to develop new solutions that can benefit everybody: Big Mart, retailers, farmers, consumers, everyone. It may be, it's possible that it can be a win-win situation for everyone. Okay, number C is, I think, right for 23. Number 24, which is the right ascending order in terms of proportion of population benefiting from Big Mart in and around Bhatinda? So it has to be ascending order. So least benefit, okay, least benefit किसको है पहले वो mention करना है, and then you need to go to the most benefit. Arvind, are you there? Because I think last time you told me कि इसमें मुझे problem होती है. Okay, so please understand, the ascending order, ascending मतलब ऊपर से नीचे जाना ना, sorry, नीचे से ऊपर जाना है. So least benefit, who will get the least benefit, who will get the most benefit? Yes, the least benefit will be to the farmers, the most benefit is going to be the consumers. Answer should be C. Answer should be C. Sonali, you are saying C then, so you mark something else. You had marked something else, that means. You had marked A. Okay, you had marked A. But then you had, but that would be descending order. You don't understand ascending and descending. Yes, it is ascending. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Right. So anybody has any query? Okay. So now Nitin sir has joined us, and you can start with question number 1 to question number 3. Wait, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Am I audible to all of you? Please respond. Aditya, Aman, Anirudh. Okay, great. So let's discuss this. So 1, 2, 3. There are 3 questions. Question number 1, 2, 3, and then you can say that is question number 8 to 11. 4 plus 3, 7 questions. So I'm giving you approximately 14 minutes. Is that okay? So 10:38, 10:48, and till 10:50. Okay. So I hope that is fine. Till 10:50 right now, 10:38. So 10:38 to 10:50. So I'll start with the discussion at 10:50. So all of you till then try on your own. So please start, all of you. Okay. Can you all hear me? Please respond. So let's start with the discussion here. All right. So can anyone tell me what is the answer for question number 1? Please respond, all of you. What can be the answer for question number 1? Anyone? Nikita is saying option A. What about the others? Nikita is saying option A. Okay. The correct answer is in fact option number B. Now let's discuss it. Why? Now it says direction for question number 1, 2, 3. Miss Banerjee, class teacher for 12th standard, wants to send team of 3 students each to district. So there is a district level, state level, national level, and international competition in mathematics. Till now, every student of the class has appeared in 100 school level test. The student had following distribution of mark in the test in terms of average and the number of times a student scores 10% marks. So you can think it as a cricket match also. You can think that there are 15 players. Okay, out of the 15 players, I need to select 4 players, and their average score is given, and how many centuries all of them has made, that is also given for in 100 matches. You can think in that way also. So Miss Banerjee has carefully studied chances of her school winning of each of the competitions. Based on in-depth calculations, she realized that her school is quite likely to win district level competition. Okay, that her school is quite likely to win district level competition, but has low chances of winning the international level competition. It has got very low chance of winning the international competition here. She listed down the following probabilities of win for different competition. Okay, prize was highest for international competition and lowest for district level competition in that order. All right. Next, probability of winning the district competition is very high. For state also it's high, but for national and international it is very, very low. And all the students are studying in their school for last 12 years. He wanted to select the best team for all 4 competitions. Miss Banerjee had no other information to select students. Now, first question it says, which of the 3 members should form a team for the international competition? Okay, so I need to form a team for international competition. Now, what is the chances for winning the international competition? It is very, very low. That is 0.05. Yes or no? It's very low. So let's say if I say India is playing against a team, any particular team, and India has got a very less probability of winning. So what do you want to? Whom do you want to send? Do you want to send a player whose performance is consistent, or do you want to send a player who is hitting a maximum number of centuries? Because already the chance is very, very low. Okay, winning the okay, Virat. Okay, that's right. So that's what I'm saying. Okay, so are you going to send someone whose performance is consistent, or you are going to send someone who has hit the maximum century? So it might be possible that they can win the tournament. Tell me now. Yes, that's right, Aditya. Because the chances of winning is very, very low. Okay, so chances of winning is very, very low. Okay, tell me, Nikita, for example, let's say India play against a very powerful team. Okay, or for example, I'll say, let's talk about the football match. Okay, let's talk about the football match. And India is playing a football match against, let's say, Brazil. What is the chance, what is the probability of winning the India against Brazil? Can you tell me? Very low. Very, very low. So, whom do you want to send in that team? Whether you want to send a player who can hit a maximum number of goals, or a player whose average number of goals, whose average is very good, or if I want to win the game. So of course I'll try to send the person whose chances is very, very high. It might be possible that player plays very well. For example, let's take an example of Virender Sehwag. Okay, in some of the matches he will perform well, in some of the matches not perform well. Or let's say, for example, in current scenario, you can take Rohit Sharma or what, Shikhar Dhawan. Like Virat Kohli is still a very consistent player, but Rohit Sharma, maybe he plays one or two matches very, very hit century, something like that. Okay, and something like that. Okay, so in that case, it's better to send a person who is hitting maximum number of centuries. Okay, despite if his average is very, very low, because if he's hitting the maximum number of centuries, so in that might be possible that he can win the tournament for them. So accordingly, what can be the answer in that case? So if I go for the options here, like I said, 2, 8 and 14. So if you look at here, who has hit the maximum number of centuries here? Player number 2. Okay, and the player number after 15 centuries, then one player he has hit 20 centuries. So 20, 15, after that 12. And who are these players? That is 2, 8 and 14. So these player had hit a maximum number of centuries. Okay, their average is not very high, like his average is 60, 60 and 60, not like 75 or something. Okay, so their performance are not very consistent, but since they had hit maximum number of centuries, so it might be possible that in that particular match they can hit the centuries and we can win the tournament here. So that's why the answer is 2, 8 and 14. Is that clear to all of you? So can I move to the next slide? Okay. It says, which of the following members should constitute the team for a district level competition? Now, district level competition. So if I go back to the district level competition, the chances are very high. So tell me, in winning the district level competition is very high. So should I send a person whose performance is consistent, or should I send a person whose performance is not consistent but once in a while hits a century? Tell me. Because winning, yes, that's right. So we should try to send a person whose performance is consistent. That's right, Sonali, and this one. So in that case, consistent performance, I think the option number probably 4. That is 4, 11, and 13. We can go and cross. We can go and cross check in the table also 4, 11, and 13. So if I'm talking about 4, 11, and 13, let's see. 4, 70. Okay. 13 average is 70, and 11 also average is 70 here, isn't it? Yes. So for these 3 persons, the average is 70. Now you can say that even option first person average is 70, but his average is 70 because he has got 7 centuries, where 4th number he has hit only 1 century, 11th number he has hit 1 century, and which one? 13th number also he has hit 2 centuries. So who is more consistent? Like if I ask you among player number 1 and player number 4, who is more consistent? The player number 1 or player number 4 for getting an average of 70? Of course, the player number 4 is more consistent here. So the correct answer is, of course, that is 4, 11 and 13 because their average is very good here. So I hope that this is clear to all of you. Any doubt? Okay. Next here. Now, Miss Banerjee has to select the team for national competition after she has selected team for international competition. So, in the previous question, we have seen for international competition, the person who is selected is 4, 11 and 13, isn't it? Sorry. International competition. So, for international competition, it is 2, 8 and 14. So, international competition 2, 8 and 14, they have been already selected. So, I can't select. These are for international. Okay. And then after that, I need to select national. So 2, 8 and 14 has been already selected. So I can reject option number 2 and option number 3 because that is not possible. 8 has been already selected here. So now we are left out with 1, 7, 4 and 3, 6, 1 or any of the remaining states. No. Now national, again the probability of winning the national tournament is very, very low. Okay, it is 0.1. So again I try to send the first criteria should be the person should hit a maximum number of centuries, and let's see if here. So in that case, if I go by the options, there are 2 options which are left out is 174 and 361. So 174 and 361. In any case, in both the cases, I need to select one. Yes or no? One needs to be selected. So just see 7, 4 and 3, 6. Which is the better way? Can anyone tell me? One in any case I need to select. So 7, 4 and 3, 6. Can you guys tell me which one is the better? Whether I select 7 and 4 or 3 and 6. I think 3 and 6. Why? Because in 3 and 6, yes, that's right. In 3 and 6, you can see the maximum centuries here and here also centuries. Because the probability of winning the tournament is very, very low. So the correct answer for this question is 1, 3 and 6. So is that clear to all of you? Okay, great. So let's move ahead. Okay. From the last 2 years, I haven't seen a question on probability in the decision making section. So it might be possible they will ask a question on probability in decision making. We alternate year usually they ask, but I haven't seen. Last year there was not a single mathematical decision making. Even before that, there were only 3 questions, but that was more on analytical reasoning, not on something based on probability. Now, 8 to 11 completely based on probability and expected value. And if you remember, we have discussed the expected value in the probability lecture. Okay. So those who have not watched the probability lecture or not attended, I'll say, please watch the videos of those probability lecture because I have seen in the decision making they have asked a set of probability. Yeah. At times it is difficult, at times it is easy. Like this one is easy set. If you know the basics, you can do that here. So it says Krishna Reddy was the head of a pharmaceutical company that was trying to develop a new product. Okay. Reddy along with his friend Prabhakar Rao assessed that the such products had mixed success. Reddy and Rao realized that if a new product, a drug, was a success, it may result in a sales of 100 crores. Okay. If a new product, it is of 100 crores. And if it was unsuccessful, the sales may be only of 20 crores here. Okay. So I'll say there are 2 things here. The first, let me start writing also. Okay, there is only 1 line. Okay. Just a minute. So I'll say sales 80 and 20. They further access that a new drug was likely to be successful 50% of the times. And cost of launching the new drug was likely to be 50 crores. Just give me. hear me now? Am I audible? Okay, just I'll repeat. So it is given that cost is 50 crores, like here, this line it is mentioned that cost is 50 crores here. And the sales, if the project is successful, the return is nothing but the total sale is of 100 crores. If it is unsuccessful, then the sales is nothing but that is 20 crores here. That is also given to us. These two facts are given. Now it also says further, and the probability that it will be successful is 50%. So probability of successful is 50%, and probability that it is not successful is again 50%. So Reddy and Rao were in a quandary whether the company should go ahead and market the drug. They contacted Raj Aduri, a common friend, for advice. Aduri was of the opinion that given the risky nature of the launch, it may be a better idea to test the market. Rao and Reddy realized test marketing would cost 10 crores. Okay, so test marketing, it will cost 10 crores here. Okay, so there are two costs are involved. That is the initial launching cost, and I'll say test marketing. So test marketing cost. So test marketing cost, it is equal to nothing but is 10 crores here. Aduri told them that the previous test market results have been favorable 70% of the time, and success rate of products favorably tested was 80%. Now, in the test marketing, there are two scenarios which are possible. Okay, what are the two scenarios? That it is favorable, and it is favorable in 70% of the cases. It is favorable, and then unfavorable. So unfavorable, again there is a 30% chance that the test is not in favor of us. Okay. And further, if it is favorable, then it is successful, it is 80%, isn't it? So favorable 70% of the time, and success rate of the product favorably tested was 80%. So in that case, I'll get a success. I'm writing S, that is 80%. And it is not a successful S bar, it means that is 20%. Okay. Further, when the test marketing results were unfavorable, the product have been successful 30% of the time. So in that case, it will be successful only in 30% of the cases, and in remaining 70% of the cases, it is unsuccessful. So that is given. So this is, I'll say, among all the last 10 years, if you see the XAT, okay, this is one of the easiest set based on the probability. Most of the time it was difficult, but this was still doable. The first question: how much profit can the company expect to earn if it launches the new drugs? Okay. Suppose there was no additional cost. So there is no additional cost. So how much profit that the company can expect to earn? So now that is something known as the expected value. And like I told you, if you are not aware about the expected value, please refer to the probability lectures I have discussed there. So expected value, or you can refer to the NCERT. So probability of the successful and the unsuccessful, it is 1/2, and 1/2 that is already given to us. Okay. So I'll say successful probability that the project is successful is nothing but half, and the return on sales or total sales, it is equal to 100. That is given. Product probability that the project was not successful, it is half, and in that case, sales was nothing but that is equal to 20 crore. So I can say expected sales. So expected sales is equal to 1/2 into 100 plus 1/2 into 20. So that will be comes out to be 60 crores. Okay, and the cost, it was given as 50 crores. Okay, so it means there is a profit of expected value, expected sales is 60 and overall cost is 50. So 60 minus 50, that is 10 crores. So the correct answer is option B. Is that clear to all of you? Please respond. It is given there. Suppose there are no additional costs. So why are you worrying about that cost, Nikita? It is already given. If it launches the new drugs. Okay. Now, let's move to question number 9. What is the answer for question number 9? Anyone who has tried that? Okay. Now, it says how much profit can the company make if the product is launched after favorable test marketing results. So now it says the product is launched after favorable test marketing results. Okay, so it is launched after favorable test marketing results. So we know that test has been already done and it is a favorable. And we know if it is a favorable, okay, if the project is favorable, so then probability of successful, it is nothing but that is 80%. Yes or no? Probability, if it is favorable, then probability that it will be successful, it is 80%, and the probability it will be unsuccessful, or I can say rather S bar, it is equal to 20%. So in this case, expected value 80%, so that is 0.8 into 100 crores. Okay, because if it is successful, so total sale will be 100 crores. And here, 0.2, and sales was how much? 20 crores, so 20 crores. So that is coming out to be 84 crores here. So this is the total expected sales. This is my expected sales. Okay, and the total cost, it is equal to 50 plus 10, because after favorable test marketing, that is 60 crores. So the correct answer is 84 minus 60, which is equal to 24 crores. So in that particular year, all the options were wrong. Correct answer is 24 crores. Okay. So is that clear to all of you now? Can I move to the next question? So that question was wrong here. Last year also there was one question in which that was wrong. I think in the quant we have seen that. 10th. Question number 10 says, what is the probability of product failure if Reddy and Rao decided? Now it says Reddy and Rao decided to test market it. Now if they decided to test market it, so there are two scenarios. Either the project will be favorable or unfavorable. We know that. And in 70% of the cases, it is favorable. And in 30% of the cases, it is unfavorable. And out of these here, it will be successful, it is 80%. Not successful, it is equal to 20%. Okay. Here, successful, it is equal to 30%. And not successful, it is equal to 70%. And the question is, what is the probability of product failure? So now, in this case, failure here, that is favorable, and then it is a failure, that is 0.7 into 0.2. Second case, unfavorable, and then it is a failure, that is equal to 0.3 into 0.7. So I think 0.14 plus 0.21 and 0.14 plus 0.21, that will be comes out to be 0.35. And this answer. So is that part clear to all of you? The correct answer is B. So can I move to the next question? Okay. 11th. It says if Rao and Reddy decided to launch the product despite unfavorable tests. So we know the test is already unfavorable. This we already know. So the test is unfavorable, and if the test is unfavorable, then the probability that it will be successful, it is given 30%, and it is a failure, or I can say S bar, it is not a successful, then it is 70%. How much profit? So expected here. Successful means 0.3 into 100 crores. Unsuccessful 0.7, and the return was here 20 crores, so 20. So that is coming out to be 44 crores. Okay. The total cost was 50 plus 10, which is equal to 60 crores, because we have done the testing. So there is a loss of 16 crores. So the correct answer is option D. So is that clear to all of you? Please respond. Aditya, Anirudh, Ansita, Ramni. Okay, great. All right. So we'll stop here. Okay. Another thing, as some of you have said that morning में जो session हो रहा है उसके लिए we can have a session at 9 o'clock. Is that fine with all of you? Then I can take that at 9 o'clock. Solving the XAT past year papers. Now, why we are doing it here earlier? Because 9 a.m. Sorry, because later on you won't get too much time. You have got less time. My idea is that by 20th of December, you should do all the XAT papers. So next 14 days, it is New Year, Christmas, there will be a lot of holidays. Okay, so in that case, I'll say in the next 15 days, you should write down 3 to 4 mocks. Okay, now, so we'll try to complete all the papers, decision making, everything by 20th of December, so that last 10 to 12 days, you should focus on writing the mock for the XAT. Okay, Nikita, what I was telling you, can we have a session at 9 o'clock instead at 9:30 tomorrow? 9 a.m. This is what I wanted to ask. Those who are working, they probably by 11:30 you will be free, and that you can go to the office. For those people who are working, those who are not working, in any case they can attend. We'll be doing the retest, CAT 2018 retest. Night session, no, night session at 9 p.m. only, Damni. Because usually it takes 2.5 hours now, so it's better to start at 9 so that we can wrap it up by 11:30. Both at 9 a.m., 9 p.m. That's right. Both at 9 a.m., 9 p.m. Okay. All right. So tomorrow we'll be having at 9 a.m. Also, I wasn't able to take the today's session off because of some technical issues on statistics. So tell me, statistics ka session kab rakh दूं मैं? Next. Statistics tomorrow. Yeah, Saturday ko. I don't know whether Saturday, because attendance was low on today's. Sunday is a snap, so there won't be any classes on Saturday and Sunday. Saturday we can keep the statistics in the morning. Is that okay? Saturday morning, snap. It's just of 1 hour. Just of 1 hour class on statistics. And they are very easy topic. Usually you'll get one question, and I'm sure you can all do that one question if you get still this year's statistics. So statistics, I'll keep it on the Saturday morning. Okay. So that if you want to study, you can study throughout the day, and then Sunday, most of your writing is snap. Okay, guys. So good night to all of you. See you all tomorrow. Morning at 9 a.m.
Good evening. Am I audible to all of you? Okay, so let us start. Today we will discuss decision making section of XAT 2015. There were how many? I think 24 questions. 23 or 24. Total 23 questions were there. Okay, out of these 3 questions were based on quant. So Nitin sir will take these 3 questions in the end. We'll solve the remaining 20 questions. So without any delay, let us start with question number 1 to question number 3. Read the case and try to solve the questions. You have at the most 7 to 10 minutes. Question number 1 to question number 3. Please start. I think we should check. Are we done? Okay, so what is this case all about? In this case, we come to know that Mr. Barua, who is an IT professional in a company, he has received an email from his HR director, Mr. Patel, and Mr. Patel has asked him to improve his performance, even though earlier, according to Mr. Patel has already intimated him that there is a need to improve performance, but still, according to Mr. Patel, there is no improvement in Mr. Barua's performance. This is what Mr. Barua reads in the email. Now, while he is reading this email because he has actually, he was preparing for an important client presentation when he switched on the computer and he saw this email. Based on this, question number 1, he's asking you, initially the email distracted Dipanshu, but he decided to focus on the job. Which of the following options might best explain his decision to do so? I think as it is, Mr. Patel is telling him to improve his behavior. Had he failed to perform in the client meeting, this would be another reason why Mr. Patel would warn him, or Mr. Patel would get another reason to kick him out of the office. Absolutely. So that is why Mr. Dipanshu must have realized that if he failed to perform in the client meeting, it might further complicate things. Yes, is the answer. Very simple question. Number 2, the scheduled presentation went off smoothly. Back in his cabin, Dipanshu read Mr. Patel's email once more and pondered over it. During the last meeting, he tried hard to put forward his explanation, but Mr. Patel had not allowed him to speak. Now, Dipanshu was thinking of meeting Mr. Patel once again, but was doubtful that would help. Incidentally, he had a job offer from a startup with a comparable salary. If Dipanshu was to join the new job, he had to accept the offer within the next 2 weeks. However, he cannot think of a life without a job. So Dipanshu is confused. Which of the following options would be the best move for Dipanshu? I think all of us will mark A, isn't it? All of us will mark A, but surprisingly, the official answer key, because 2015, from 2015, they have started giving us official answer keys. Surprisingly, in the official answer key, the answer is E. I don't know why. Okay, I don't know why. In fact, yeah, I will just tell you what the reason that they have given. Even though I also believe that A would have been better, the reason they have given is that there is no point in talking to Mr. Patel, because as it is, in the last meeting, Mr. Patel did not listen to what he had to say, and plus, even though he is thinking of meeting Mr. Patel, once again he is doubtful that it is going to help. So the explanation is, what is the point of now talking to Mr. Patel? Okay. Now the question is, yeah, you ticked E, Arvind. Okay. I mean, I also feel that there is something wrong. I also believe that it should be A, but official answer is E. So it was my duty to to put it in front of you that our answers and official answers may not match, right? Now, what they're saying is that if you have to change a job, why will you not strive for a salary hike? What is the what is the what is the problem? You should request. You are requesting. You're not adamant right now. So when you accept the offer, then request them to give them a 10% salary hike. If they don't give you a salary hike, still you have the offer. Okay. Number D is a little bit problematic, because if you accept the offer only if the startup gives you a salary hike, only if it gives a salary hike, then it can be problematic. Then you're limiting yourself. Okay. In number E, there is a window for negotiation. You are keeping a window for negotiation open, and that is why they have made the suggestion that E should be what Mr. Dipanshu should do. Okay, Nikita, you are saying I don't find any need for a salary hike. But please understand, yes, even though there is no need for a hike, but when you are switching jobs, you have experience. So can you not request for a hike? They may not give you that hike, that's okay. But at least you can request, isn't it? So just merely requesting for a salary hike is not problematic. Okay, you're wondering with the context, in context with the question. Okay. Yeah, I also somehow I find it hard to swallow that the answer is E, but that is the official answer. Okay. People must have raised objections. Definitely people must have raised objections, but I think they did not address this. They did not rectify it. Okay, this is question number 2. Now coming to question number 3. After a couple of weeks, Mr. Patel came to know that Dipanshu's project leader, Mr. John, who is a very competent senior executive, may have willfully influenced his team members to file a wrong complaint against Dipanshu. Now, Mr. John may have done it because Dipanshu had refused to toe John's line. Mr. Patel also came to know that Dipanshu was thinking of quitting this job. He felt regretful about his letter to Dipanshu. He wanted to resolve the complicated situation. He was contemplating 5 actions in his mind. Now, these are 5 actions. Which of the following is the best sequence of actions for resolving the problem? Now, please understand, anything that you do will have to, you will have to you all three will have to sit together to sort out the difference. That is a must. That is a must. Okay. So any option that does not have 5, it will automatically go. 5 has to be there. Now, if you look at option 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, the 1 and 2, they're doing the same thing, but which is going to be more effective? If you talk to Mr. John and you convey to him that, listen, we don't want to lose a bright employee like Dipanshu, and you know, it can cost the organization dearly. Is that better? Or you just catch up with Mr. John during coffee break and you convey that Dipanshu has a very good track record. If you just convey that he has a very good track record, so in a sense you're trying to say that I am going to side with Dipanshu. In number 1, you are just saying that Dipanshu looks like a bright candidate. He's a bright employee. So let's consider him. I think between 1 and 2, I think 1 is more suitable. Now 3 and 4 also you are doing the same thing. You are talking to Dipanshu, but chatting with Dipanshu during coffee break, no action is being taken in this direction, right? So it's better that you catch up with Dipanshu during coffee break and you convey to him that the organization values him. Now you have talked to Mr. John, you have talked to Dipanshu. Now all three of you sit together and sort out the differences. So yes, I think answer for this question is D. Absolutely. Okay, anybody has any doubt? Okay, now let's come to the next one. Question number 4 and question number 5. Please solve it and let me know when you're done. Okay, let's check. Okay. Are we all done? Right, so what is he saying? He's saying that in MBA entrance examinations, you have 2 types of problems, formula based and application based. In fact, students who are good at solving application based problems, they are entrepreneurial in nature. But coaching institutes, what they do, they train students to spot formula based problems and answer them correctly so that they obtain the required overall cutoff percentile. And that is why the students, because they're able to solve the to obtain the required cutoff percentile, that is why they shy away from application based problems. And even those who have an entrepreneurial mindset, they target formula based problems. This is what he's trying to say. So out of the blue, what is this? I don't know. Half of a mark is deducted for every wrong answer. This is something that was there in the paper, but what is the meaning of this line? Nobody knows. It has absolutely no impact on anything that is stated here. Now, based on this, he's asking you question number 4. ISM wants more students with entrepreneurial mindset in the next batch. To achieve this, ISM is considering following proposals. Which of the following proposal or combination of proposals is likely to identify students with best entrepreneurial mindset? Tell me. If the qualifying cutoff percentile is calculated on a combined score, then you are taking into account formula-based problems and application-based problems also. So how will you come to know whether they are better at application-based problems or formula-based problems? You have combined both the scores. One will not work. Number 2, you set a paper that has 2 parts, part A, part B. Part A has formula-based problems, part B has application-based problems, and each will have a separate qualifying cutoff percentile. This will work. This will tell you who are the students who have an entrepreneurial mindset. Number 3, if you assign 1 mark for formula-based problems and 2 marks for application-based problems as an incentive for attempting application-based problems, then what will happen? More and more students will attempt application-based problems, and you will come to know whether they have an entrepreneurial mindset or not. 3 will also work. If you do anything without mentioning it to the in the question paper, then this is actually unethical. Students, when they are taking an exam, they need to know what is the weightage, what marks is given to what question, what is the deduction. All these things will have to be mentioned. So if you don't mention the marking criteria in the question paper, that's not ethical. So 2 and 3, I think D is the answer. Yes, rightly marked by almost everyone. Nikita, you have marked E, but number 4 is unethical. Okay. Number 5. Question number 5. ISM conducts a common entrance examination every year. This year, the question paper will have 60 questions. There will be an equal mix of formula-based problems and application-based problems. All questions will carry equal marks. Now, Balaji is preparing for the examination. Before appearing for the examination, he gets the following information from the coaching institutes. These are the things that he comes to know. Based on the above information, which of the following options would help him to better be prepared for the exam? Okay. If ISM helps you with bank loans, that will not help you in preparation of the exam. A student of ISM will get good campus job, that will not help in the preparation of the exam. So 3 and 6 will not help in the preparation of the exam. The remaining 4 will have an impact. So I think answer for this question is E. Yes, it is E. Okay. Anybody has any query till now? Right. Question number 6. Okay, Priyanka, I was thinking it would act as a motivating factor. No, but then that is after you have joined the college. The question is, what will help you better prepare, be prepared for the exam? Abhi, you have to focus only on the exams and not the fact that you have already made it to the college and you are going to get jobs. Okay. Question number 6 is a standalone question, so we'll do it here. Innovative Institute of Business has decided to be the first green campus in India. IIB administration has advised all campus residents to reduce carbon footprints. IIB faculty members did a brainstorming and came up with the following suggestions. Which of the following options would be the most preferred sequence of actions to reduce carbon footprints on campus? Okay, now let us look at them one by one. What is the most preferred sequence? You can replace electricity source for street lights with solar panels. Yes, this will work. But is it the first thing you need to do? Let's see. Let's look at other options. You replace the existing buildings with environment-friendly buildings. Okay. You organize a seminar on towards a sustainable future, involving all students, staff, and experts from around the country. Okay. Number 4, you introduce a compulsory course on sustainability to increase awareness among students. Okay. And number 5, you conduct an initial energy audit to explore where IIB can reduce carbon footprints. So what is the first thing you should do? I think number 5. Number 5 is the first thing you should do. The first thing you need to do is you need to first at least conduct an initial energy audit so that you know what are the things you can do to reduce carbon footprints, and then you work in that direction. So number 5 is the first thing you need to do. This is the first rank. Okay. Now please understand, if you organize a seminar, if you introduce a compulsory course, then these are going to be informative. They are just going to be informative. They are not proactive. You're not actually taking an action. You're just informing people, right? So these are not very good steps. I think 5 is the first one. After that, the second one is replacing electricity source for street lights with solar panels. This is easily doable. This is doable. Yes, you can replace the buildings also, but that is not very easily doable. You cannot immediately replace buildings with environment friendly buildings, but we have to assume that this is possible. Okay. Yes, number 3 is easier. Number 3 and number 4, they both are easier. Please understand. Number 3 and number 4 both are easier, but they're not directly helping you reduce carbon footprint on campus. They merely are informative. You organize a seminar, you introduce a course, so they will not have an immediate impact. You are just informing people. That's it. You're not actually doing something to reduce the carbon footprints. So I think answer for this question 1, 2, and 3, 5, 1, 2, 5, 1, 2. C should be the answer. Okay. Priyanka, what are you saying? But organizing a seminar merely will have any impact. So merely organizing a seminar, what impact will it have? If you organize a seminar, will you reduce carbon footprint on campus? Yes, you have informed people. You have made people aware of certain things that probably they did not know. In the seminar, you talk about so many things. But kya reduce kya carbon footprint? No. Similarly, if you introduce a compulsory course to increase awareness among students, then you are increasing awareness. But are you reducing carbon footprints? You're not. So 3 and 4, they are merely informative. Remember, you are not actually taking any action to reduce carbon footprints. You are just informing people. You have already done that. In fact, the administration has advised all campus residents to reduce carbon footprints. So providing that information, that has already been done. That is why answer for question number 6 should be C. Okay? Is this clear? Yes, Nikita, your question. Can I reject 3 and 4 on the basis that they both look similar? No, they are not similar. They are not similar. Just because 2 options are similar, they cannot be rejected. No. In fact, they are not similar. In one, you are organizing a seminar. In the other, you are introducing a compulsory course. So these are 2 different things, but you are not actually reducing carbon footprints. Yeah, you are just spreading awareness. Absolutely. You are in both the situations, you are spreading awareness. For example, if the question had been which of the following options will most help to spread awareness, then 3 and 4 both would be the answers. Yes or no? So the mere fact that 2 options are similar, you cannot reject them. That will depend on the question. This is a confusing question. No, where is the confusion? What action will reduce carbon footprint? So in number 3 and number 4, you are not reducing carbon footprint. You are just arranging a seminar or a class. That's it. You are not taking an action to reduce carbon footprint. Please understand. Okay. Okay. Now coming to question number 7 to 10. Question number 7 to 10. Please take a look and do let me know when you are done. 7 to 10. Okay, I think that is sufficient time. Let's check. So, what is it telling you? This political party, NPP, Okay, it is deciding the future of two of the party members, Mr. Loyal and his son, Mr. Prodigal. We come to know that Mr. Prodigal is in trouble because he is accused of killing someone. Even though Mr. Loyal is not accused in the case, but he has his weakness for his son. Everybody knows this. Media is blaming them. There will be severe criticism of this father-son duo. Okay, and all this is damaging the image of the party. The problem is that Mr. Loyal has significant followers within the party and he is considered an asset to the party. If there is any harsh decision taken against Mr. Loyal, it will adversely affect the future of the party and even could lead to a split in the party, which will benefit the opposition. So the question now is, number 7, which of the following actions would adversely affect both the party and Mr. Loyal the most? So what is going to have the most adverse impact on both the party and the person, Mr. Loyal? Tell me. Number C, it goes without saying, number C, if you expel Mr. Loyal from the party with immediate effect, then so many things can happen. The opposition will be benefited. Many people who follow Mr. Loyal, they can split. The party can break apart. So this is the worst action. Okay, so most adversely affected both the NPP and Mr. Loyal would be from number C. Yes, 7 is number C. Question number 8. At the disciplinary committee meeting, members came up with the following suggestions. Which of the following suggestions would harm the party the least? What will harm the party the least? So party has to look at its survival. So what will harm the party least? No, number C is not right. Number D. What you do is that you suspend Mr. Prodigal from the party with immediate effect. But you also announce that he will be taken back if the court declares him innocent. Because of this, you always you actually keep the entry open for Mr. Prodigal so that his father does not leave the party. His father does not leave the party. Okay, you cannot take action against the father. You cannot blame the father for what the son has done. So yes, you should take action against Mr. Prodigal, but you can keep the doors open. If the court declares him innocent, then you can take him back. Number D is the answer. Now you are saying initiate an internal inquiry to find the truth. Okay, Nikita, you are asking to initiate an internal inquiry to find the truth. But this will harm the party the least. No, this will harm the party a lot. This will harm the party a lot because you know what everybody will say, all the media people, all the opposition, they will say that listen, they are conducting an internal inquiry, and it's but obvious that because Mr. Loyal has so much sway in this party, this internal inquiry is going to acquit Mr. Prodigal. So people will raise objections on an internal inquiry. So no, I don't think that is a very good step. Okay, Arvind and Nikita, did you understand? Okay. Number 9, Mr. Opportunist, who is a veteran member of this party, he stakes his claims to be nominated as a candidate in the upcoming elections. Now, Mr. Opportunist has presented the following arguments in favor of his candidature. These are the 5 things he has mentioned in favor of his candidature. Which of the following combinations will best strengthen the claim of Mr. Opportunist? Okay. Now, what will happen? I think number 1, if he says that Mr. Loyal's candidature will adversely impact the party, hence the party should not nominate him. Party should nominate me and not him. Will this work? Yes, it can work. It can work. Okay, it can work. But another problem is that over here you are just asking the party not to nominate Mr. Prodigal or Mr. Loyal. You don't prove that you are a more suitable candidate. So number 1 is little bit dicey. Okay. Number one is little bit dicey, but we'll keep it. We'll keep it. The party should call a press conference to disown Mr. Loyal. This would enhance the party's image. So this does not do anything to prove that he is a more suitable candidate. The party will not be able to take any action against Mr. Loyal. So this does not prove that Mr. Opportunist is a suitable candidate. I have a lot of goodwill and significant followers in the constituency. That is a valid reason why you should nominate me. Okay. Number four is right. None of my close relatives are into active politics. So this is no reason why you should be considered. So number four has to be there. I think yes, B is going to be the answer. B should be the answer. That is the best one. Number E is not right. Arvind, yes. Tell me. He got in trouble because of the son. Yes, but that is Mr. Loyal. Mr. Opportunist. If practically socho na, if you go to a party and say that you appoint me as a candidate because I don't have any relatives in active politics, does that prove that you are going to benefit? Okay, you may not have relatives, but you yourself may have so many criminal cases. You yourself may have so many criminal cases against you. So no, just the mere fact that you don't have any close relatives in active politics does not mean that you are a suitable candidate. Yes, even though in this situation the whole fuss is about the son. Because of the son, Mr. Loyal is in trouble, but that is no reason. Just because you don't have a son and you don't have any close relatives, that is no reason why you should be accepted. So you have to talk about your strong points. Not having close relatives in active politics is not a very strong reason why any party will give you the ticket. I don't think so. Okay. Okay. Number one is also not ensuring his candidature, even though directly it is not, but indirectly it is, because over here, if he's saying that don't nominate Mr. Loyal because his candidature will adversely impact the party. The party should not nominate him. So indirectly he's saying the party should nominate me. Yes, the voters can split, but the question is not what is going to be the consequence of appointing Mr. Opportunist. The question is not what is going to be the consequence of appointing Mr. Opportunist. The question is, if Mr. Opportunist wants that people should consider him for the candidature, what are the things that he should say? Yes, party may appoint someone else also. Party may appoint someone else also, but that someone else can be him, Mr. Opportunist. So he's saying don't appoint Mr. Loyal, appoint me, because if you appoint Mr. Loyal, then in the coming elections it will adversely impact the party. So if Mr. Loyal's candidature will adversely impact the party, that is the reason why Mr. Opportunist should be appointed. Another person should be appointed, and that another person is Mr. Opportunist because he has staked the claim. No, can be and cannot be nahi, Arvind. There is more certainty that Mr. Opportunist will be appointed because he is the one who has staked the claim. Okay. I will go with number B. Number B means statement 1 and 4. Number 10. The disciplinary committee has decided to suspend Mr. Loyal from the party because they felt he was influencing the judicial process. However, Mr. Loyal feels that the committee is biased and is being framed. Now election has been announced. The last time Mr. Loyal had won with a majority on account of his good work. Which of the following options is most likely to resurrect Mr. Loyal's immediate political career? So if Mr. Loyal wants to immediately resurrect his political career, what should he do? Number C, he should ask his followers to support the NPP nominated candidate. Arey, if the followers are going to support another candidate, then how is your candidature? How will you resurrect your political career? But see, even though it's not ethical, but this is the one that is going to resurrect his immediate political career. Okay, it does not seem ethical. Now you are saying, Nikita, that it does not seem ethical. If you have been suspended from a party, if you have been suspended from the party, okay, then you are going and joining the opposition party. It's not that you are after you win the election, then you are switching sides. No, you have been suspended, so now you are very openly going and joining the opposition party, and over there, because your chance of winning is high, please understand, the question is what will immediately resurrect his political career. So whatever option gives him the highest chances of winning, that is what will resurrect his political career. No, number C will not do anything. Number C is just helping the other nominated candidate. Okay, you are displaying your loyalty. Okay, so you are displaying your loyalty, but you are still not fighting the election. So how will it resurrect your political career in number C? Did you understand? Yes, it will display your loyalty, but it is not going to resurrect your political career because you will not be fighting the election. So I think A is the answer. I think. Okay. Okay. Now, if this is clear, all the questions from 1 to 10, anybody has any doubt, please ask. Anyone? Arvind, I think you had said something in number 9. In B and E, we are taking combined effects. Means in question number 9, you are still not sure about 1 and 5. Okay, you are still not sure about 1 and 5 because you are not addressing the question. The question is that if Mr. A, he says nominate me, and he has to give reasons why he should be nominated. So which are the strongest reasons? One reason is that I have a lot of goodwill and significant followers in the constituency. Okay, that is a good reason why he should be nominated. Second is, he says, you nominate me because the other person, Mr. Loyal, the other person, Mr. Loyal, whom you are thinking of nominating, this guy, if you nominate him, then what will happen? It will adversely impact your chances. So don't appoint him, appoint me. I think that is also proving that is he is giving a reason why he should be nominated. But when he says none of my close relatives are into active politics, so what? Does that prove that A is he's a better suitable candidate? No. Yes, the perspective should be that of Mr. Opportunist. Absolutely. Okay. There are people with relatives in politics who don't get nominated. Yes. Yes. Is this clear why 1 and 4 will be the answer? All of you? Okay. So now question number 11 to question number 13 will be taken by Nitin sir, 11 to 13. We will switch to question number 14 to 16. Question number 14 to 16, please take a look and let me know when you are done. Okay, let's look at this case. He tells you about Mr. Arbit and Mr. Boring, who have started an oil refinery business, and right now the revenue is just 50,000 million rupees. I don't know why they're calling it just 50,000 million rupees. Now they are exploring various options to improve the business. Okay, they want to improve the business. A person called Mr. Zanadu, who is a salesperson, he's trying to sell a new oil refinery technology to them. According to Mr. Zanadu, this technology can potentially enhance the annual earnings to 150,000 million rupees within a year. But then they will have to make an investment of 100,000 million rupees. However, if the technology is not successful, then the investment would be lost. So both these partners, Mr. Arbit and Mr. Boring, they are discussing about possible risks of the investment. What are the risks of the investment? They are discussing this. Okay. Now, based on that, question number 14, he asks you, Mr. Arbit is enthusiastic about this investment, but Mr. Boring is little skeptical. This impasse makes them approach a consultant, and the consultant makes some observations. So these are 5 observations made by the consultant. He's telling you which of the following observations made by the consultant might reduce Mr. Arbit's enthusiasm for the new investment idea. Okay, what will reduce his enthusiasm? We know that if you say technology investments to give higher earnings in future, this will give me a reason why I should invest. Investment in technology leads to reduction of costs in the long run. So this is the reason why I should invest. Technology risks can be controlled. This is the reason why I should invest. And business is all about taking risky decisions. This is the reason why I should invest. So all these are reasons why I should invest. Question is why I should not invest. Because investment is warranted only when benefits outweigh costs. And right now we cannot say with certainty what is going to be the benefit. So yes, number A is the answer for question number 14. Number 15. In order to sell the technology to Mr. Arbit and Mr. Boring, Mr. Zanadu is thinking of 5 possible sales pitches. Which of the following sales pitches would reduce uncertainties the most for Mr. Arbit and Mr. Boring? So which of them will make them most sure about this technology? I think C. Number C, if the preliminary studies, if they indicate that the success rate of this technology is 85%, that is a good percent. Success rate is 85%, that is good. Number D, will it reduce the uncertainty? Let us see. The R&D team of ITS is working to counter any possible downside of the technology. Okay, so there is a team working which will take care of the downside of the technology. That means there is an indication that this technology may have a downside. This technology may have a downside, Anshita. That is why you have a team working for it. So will this reduce your uncertainty about this technology, or it will increase your uncertainty? It will increase your uncertainty. So number D is not right. Number B, if the technology succeeds, the annual earnings will grow 3 times from the next financial year, and they would be able to recover the invested money within 1 year. But the question is, if the technology succeeds, if it does not succeed, then it may not succeed. Yes or no? But what will increase your certainty? What will increase the certainty? If there is a study which tells me that this technology success rate is 85%, So there is just 15% chance. I mean, just 15% chance of this business not working. Majority of the chance is that this business will work, and that is the reason that will make you more certain why you should invest. Number B, if the technology succeeds, the moment you say this, there's a 50% chance. It may succeed, it may not succeed. Number D, there is an R&D team which is working to counter any possible downside of the technology. But the question is, will this technology work? If this technology has any problem, then the R&D team is working on it. Okay, they are working, they're still working, they have not found a solution. So again, this does not decrease your uncertainty, it increases your uncertainty. Answer for this question should be C. Okay, get this? Okay, number 16. Now, Mr. Arbit and Mr. Boring, they did not invest in the new technology, but the new technology is a big success. They are now estimating the additional amount that they would have earned. This additional amount is called foregone earnings. So they are estimating their foregone earnings had they invested in the new technology. However, the two owners, they differed on expected lifespan of the new technology. According to Mr. Arbit, the expected lifespan is 5 years. According to Mr. Boring, it is 2 years. After the technology gets outdated, the earnings from the business will drop back to 50,000 million rupees. And the question is, what will be the difference between the two expected foregone earnings after 5 years of the technology investment if yearly earnings are deposited in a bank at the rate of 10% compounded annually? Now he also tells you what are foregone earnings. Earnings from the business with new technology and earnings from business without the new technology. So what are the foregone earnings? Tell me. According to Mr. Arbit, it has a lifespan of 5 years. Okay, it has a lifespan of 5 years, and according to Mr. Boring, it has a lifespan of 2 years. Yes or no? So what is the difference? What is the difference? Tell me. If they had invested in the technology, it would have been 150,000. Their earnings would have been 150,000 million. Right now, their earnings are 50,000 million. That means every year they would have got an extra earning of 100,000 million. Every year they would have got an extra income of 100,000 million. Yes or no? This much is clear? Yes? Okay. Now the question is, 100,000 million is the foregone profit. That means this is the profit which they could not earn. This is the revenue which they could not earn. According to Mr. Arbit, this technology would work for 5 years. So he would earn 100,000 for 5 years. Yes or no? This extra income would accrue for 5 years. But according to Mr. Boring, the lifespan is just 2 years. So it will only be accrue for 2 years. The remaining years, it is 0, according to him. Question is, what is the difference between two expected foregone earnings after 5 years? After 5 years, what is the difference? Over here, no difference. Over here, no difference. Over here, there is a difference of 100,000. Again, over here, difference of 100,000. Here again, difference of 100,000. Are you getting this? Okay. But he also tells you that the yearly earnings, they will be deposited in a bank at 10% interest compounded annually. So this amount, the first amount which you earn in the third year, it will get 10% interest for 2 years. The second amount will get 10% interest for 1 year. So this principal is 300,000, but when you calculate the interest, it will come to 331,000 million rupees. Answer is B, not C. All of you mark C, or did you mark B? Yes, it should be B. For people who would like to see it, there's a table here. Wait, can you see this? Now just see whatever I told you. This is the table over here. This amount you are earning interest for 2 years. This amount you are earning interest for 1 year, and this amount, because it's going to be at the end of the year, there is no interest. So when you calculate the interest and the principal together, then the amount, the difference is 331,000 million. Okay, that is why answer for this question is going to be B for Bombay. Okay, if this is clear, then let's come to question number 17 to question number 20. Question number 17 to question number 20, you can take 7 to 10 minutes and let me know when you're done. Okay, let's check. He's telling you about Life-Saving Pharmaceuticals, which is an Indian-based pharmaceuticals company, and their business mostly revolves around generic drugs and a few patented drugs. They operate in 30 odd countries, and more than 50% of their sales volume is from outside India. More than 50%, remember, is from outside India. Then he tells you if more than 50% of the sales volume is from generic drugs, then which of the following options is definitely correct? You should note that all percentages figures are with respect to total sales volume. What do you think? What do you think? What should be the answer? D. Yes, it should be D. Answer should be D. If the sales volume of patented drugs in India is 29%, the sales volume of generic drugs in foreign countries will be above 29%. Okay? Okay, Nikita, you marked if sales volume of patented drugs in India is 43%, the sales volume of generic drugs in India will be less than 43%. Okay, I'll show you a table. I will show you one table which will explain to you why D is the answer and why others are not possible. See, if you look at this table, we know what information do we have? That more than 50% of the sales is from generic and less than 50% is from patented drugs. We also know that less than 50% sales overall comes from India. So this 50% includes patented drugs and generic drugs as well. And more than 50% comes from foreign, that is foreign countries. This includes patented drugs in foreign countries and generic drugs also in foreign countries. This is clear? Now, what is option number A saying? Option number A is not possible. Option number A is not possible. What is he telling you? In India, he is telling you that 43% is coming from patented. This is given. Okay. Then 7% is generic. 43 and 7, 50. 43 and 7 becomes 50. Okay. It has to be less than 50. I think that is what he's saying, isn't it? Wait. So I think A is not possible. Generic is more. Generic is more. Generic is more. Right, Arvind. Generic is more. Generic is more than patented. Absolutely. Generic is more than patented. So from this, I think this is not possible. This one is not possible. Yes or no? In number A, option number A. Okay. Option number B also same thing happens. Option number B, what does option number B tells us? If the sales volume of generic drugs in foreign countries is at least 24%, then sales volume of patented drugs in India will be above 24%. So let's see. Generic drugs in foreign countries. Generic drugs in foreign countries, what does it tell you? It is more than 50%. Then it is, patented is 50%, then generic is more than 24%. Not possible. Again, not possible. Option number C tells us that we know from that patented drugs in India must be less than 50% because total sales in India is less than 50%. So option number C also is not possible. If you say sales volume of patented drugs is 54% of sales volume of generic drugs in foreign countries, that is not possible because overall sales is less than 50%. That is why we come to number D. If sales volume of patented drugs in India is 29%, then sales volume of generic drugs in foreign countries will be above 29%. I'll show you this table. Let's see. Over here, it is 29%, it's given. Okay. So overall, we know if 29% is India, 21% is foreign, which means 29% is generic drugs in foreign. That is why answer for this question should be D. It is more analytical. Yes, this was the only question which was analytical. Absolutely. Otherwise, the remaining questions, they were, so I did not want to disturb Nitin sir for just one question. Is this clear why number D is the answer? Should we move to 18? Number 18. Now, Mr. Sinha, he observes that the business in India is not vibrant. It is facing stiff competition from lots of players, except in rural areas. But the interesting thing is that in rural areas, most of the sales comes from cough syrup, which is used as sedatives by teenagers. Now, Mr. Sinha is planning the following actions to improve his business in the long run. So these are 4 actions mentioned. Which of the following sequences is best arranged? Which of the following sequences is best arranged in the descending order of appropriateness? Okay, what you need to find out? Descending order of appropriateness. So what does this mean? This means most appropriate. Most appropriate is first. Most appropriate is first. Moving to least appropriate. So what do you think? Which is the most appropriate thing to do if he wants to improve business? No, he should invest in the development of new drugs. This is the most appropriate thing. Okay, this is the most appropriate thing. Now, please remember number 4. If you recruit more medical representatives in the rural areas. The question is, what is happening in the rural areas? In the rural areas, you are selling more and more cough syrups, and cough syrups are sedatives. Okay, so don't you think you are being a little bit unethical? You are only trying to push in the rural areas. So it is certain that the most appropriate is number 1. So any option that you choose, number 1 has to come first. Other things can be weighed. Which one is less appropriate? Which one is more appropriate? The most appropriate is that you invest in development of new drugs. If you want to improve your business, you can invest in development of new drugs. That is the most appropriate thing for you to do. And plus, you can cut costs as well. This is the second most appropriate thing that you can do. Now comes the question of rural areas and cough syrups. Now, cough syrups are sedatives, and rural areas also, in the rural areas, most of the sales come from the cough syrups. So 2 and 4, they are not very appropriate. 2 and 4 are not very appropriate. So we cannot really make a choice which one is more appropriate, 2 or 4. Which one is more appropriate, 2 or 4? We cannot make a choice. But we know that 1 and 3 are more appropriate than 2 and 4, which means answer is A. Okay, what are you saying, Nikita? Second one sounded objectionable to me, so I marked option excluding 2. Okay, if you mark option excluding 2, you have to include 1 because no, but please understand. How is number 1 the least appropriate? how is number one the least appropriate thing for you to do? It is the most appropriate thing for you to do, because if you develop new drugs, then you are not relying on cough syrups, which are used as sedatives by teenagers in the villages, in the rural areas. Okay. Nikita, what do you think? First we cut cost and then we invest. First we, no, not necessary. Not necessary. You can improve your business by creating new markets, by launching new products. And whatever products you have, you can try and cut costs so that you increase your profits. So it's not necessary that, it is not necessary that you will first have to try and cut costs. That is not necessary. Okay. Even if you believe that cutting costs is the first thing that you should do, and then you should invest, and then you should invest in the development of new drugs. But then you are targeting rural areas. You are recruiting more medical representatives in the rural areas, and as of now you have only one product, that is cough syrup, which sells in the rural areas. So aren't you being unethical? Nikita, yes, increasing medical representatives will include marketing of other products, but he has already mentioned that most of the sales is from cough syrup. Most of the sales is from cough syrup, which is used as sedatives. So that means that yes, if you want to target rural areas, you need another product. First develop that product, so we can improve the sales of other products. Okay, what are you trying to say? If I recruit more medical representatives in the rural areas, then I can improve the sales of other products. What are you, this is what you're trying to say? But I don't think that will work. I don't think that will work. Why? Because as of now they must be having medical representatives there. So just increasing the number of medical representatives. Yes, Nikita, we have other products. We have other products. Yes, that is also given. Yes, cough syrup is the product. Cough syrup is the product that is sold the most in the rural areas. That means there are people working in the rural market already. There are people working in the market already. But the sales of cough syrup is the highest. Even though there are some people working in the market, the sales of cough syrup is the highest. In the rural areas, the cough syrups are not getting sold just by themselves. There must be some medical representatives there. Yes or no? Otherwise, how will people come to know about these cough syrups? So there are medical representatives already there. Now, question is that you are saying that you recruit more medical representatives in the rural areas, and they will try to push the other products. That is what you're trying to say. But that should have been mentioned in number 4. That should have been mentioned in number 4. If you recruit more medical representatives in the rural areas, to do what? To push other products that the company has, then it would have made sense. Okay. Why invest in new when the old ones already have less sale? Okay. Why not simply increase the manpower? Why not start marketing it? Because you already have products, they are not working. Okay, you are facing stiff competition. There are other people also in the market, so your product is not working. And if you want to improve the business in the long run, you are talking about the short run. Okay, you are talking about the short run. You have to improve the business in the long run. So he's asking you to invest in development of a new drug. If you develop a new drug, so if it is a new drug, there's no competition. There's no competition. It's a new drug. You don't have any competition. You can sell as many as you want. till the time your competitors copy it. No, there is not too much assumption. If you want to improve business in the long run, so see, when you develop a new drug, there is no competition. It's a new drug. You will have you will have patent rights for a certain number of years. So you can enjoy the profits. Right now, whatever products you have, they already are facing stiff competition. So even if you try to recruit more medical representatives, you increase your marketing budget, advertisement budget, but still the product is the same. There is competition. But if you, for example, a company that develops a medicine for HIV or cancer, don't you think that in the long run it is going to benefit the most? Because if it is not going to have competition for many number of years. That is why. What you are telling me is short term. What you're telling me is short term. In the short term, yes, you're trying to push the same products that you have through medical representatives, which may work, which may not work, because these products are already existing and there's a lot of competition already. So I'll still go with A. My answer is still A. Okay. Coming to 19. If this is all right, let's come to 19. Now this one is saying that Mr. Rastogi, who is the HR of this company, he wants to transfer Mr. Jose from India to Luxembourg. Now Mr. Jose's wife is also with the HR department, and the couple is expecting the first child within the next 4 months, and that is why they want to be together. But problem is that he cannot send Mrs. Jose there because the Luxembourg office is just at the nascent stage. It does not yet have an HR department, and Mr. Jose's wife works in the HR department. Because there is no HR department, it is not possible to transfer Mrs. Jose to Luxembourg. So which of the following options would be most appropriate from the organization's perspective to resolve the issues? The issue is that the husband and wife want to stay together. So what is the best possible way in which this can be resolved? You give her work. No, you ask her to work from home. I think B is the answer. You give Mrs. Jose option to work from home while in Luxembourg so that she can be with Mr. Jose. Number C will not work. You give Mr. Jose option to work from India for the time being. If that option had been there, then why is Mr. Rastogi thinking of transferring him? There would not have been any need to transfer him. That means the option to work from India is not there. That is why Mr. Rastogi is thinking of transferring Mr. Jose. So number C does not make any sense. Okay? Answer should be B. Yes, Arvind. What is your query? She shouldn't be made to travel. She should. Please understand, she's expecting the child within the next 4 months. I think when you have 4 months, you can travel. Okay. So she is not traveling on a daily basis. She just has to sit on a flight and go there, and from there, and in Luxembourg, she has to work from home. That's it. Okay. They have given the option C here, so it can be assumed it is possible. No, what is most appropriate? Please understand, if this option had been there, if you give Mr. Jose the option to work from India for the time being, then what was the point of talking about all this? Because he wants a person for this job as early as possible. It is not something which can be put off. Yes, Nikita, you are right. This requirement is urgent in Luxembourg. Okay. Number 20. Now, Mr. Khan used to work as the vice president of this company However, he has resigned and he has got a better job in New York. Meanwhile, his wife was promoted to be the head of HR of LSP India. Now, Mrs. Khan has struggled hard to reach this position, and she's very popular and respected within the organization. She is thinking, she's contemplating whether she should give up her career and join her husband in New York. And Mrs. Khan is considering some options. These 5 options are mentioned to you. Which of the following sequence of actions can be immediately taken by Mrs. Khan to maintain her work and life balance? What do you think? I think what she can do is, that she can request LSP India for a similar position in LSP USA, and she can follow Mr. Khan to New York if she remains in the same company. But the posting is, instead of India, it's in New York. That is going to work. So number 5 is definitely going to work. Okay. If you ask her to resign from the company, then the question is, why should she resign? Why should she make all the sacrifices? From the perspective of Mrs. Khan, you have to look at it from the perspective of Mrs. Khan. Okay. So I think it would be better if you request the husband to look for an equivalent job in India. Number 3. Number 4, no. Why number 4 is not going to be correct? Because Mrs. Khan will be sacrificing her career. The same thing will happen in number 2. Go to New York on leave without pay for 2 months. Again, she's sacrificing it. Please understand, Nikita, over here the question is not about ethical or not ethical. The question is, what steps should Mr. Khan take to maintain her work-life balance? So Mrs. Khan, you have to look at it from the perspective of Mrs. Khan. Okay, so if she's asking the husband to sacrifice, that becomes unethical, and if she's sacrificing for the husband, that is ethical. Okay, take a break for the time being, and focus on personal life. But then you are not addressing the question, Nikita. How will you maintain your work-life balance? Which means you have to keep working. You have to keep working. If you take a break, then you don't have to maintain your work-life balance. Number 1 does not work. Okay? Number 1 does not work. Go to New York on leave without pay for 2 months to help Mr. Khan settle down. After that, she can come back and resume her responsibility in LSP India. Okay. So what will happen if she goes to New York? So she's sacrificing 2 months for the husband, and then she will come back. She will not stay with the husband. If she will not stay with the husband, how is she maintaining her work-life balance? Okay. So I think 3 and 5 should be the answer. E. Answer should be E for question number 20. All right. Okay, now we come to question number 21 to 23. Question number 21 to 23, please take 7 to 10 minutes and let me know when you're done. Okay, let's see. So he's talking about a fast food joint owned by Mohan in Connaught Place, which is very, very popular. Now, Mohan is joined by his two sons, Ram and Kishan. Now, Ram, because he is more entrepreneurial in nature, that is why they opened a branch in Panipat. Okay. Ram is handling that branch, and Mohan has come to know that even though Ram has increased the sales in short time, he has stopped using premium quality organic vegetables, which is the specialty of Mohan's, and that is why he's not happy. So he wants to sort out this issue with his son Ram. He knows that he cannot replace Ram with Kishan because Kishan does not want to leave Delhi. But he also knows that if he does not restrict Ram, then that can have long-term negative consequences. So that is why he is confused about the future course of action. And based on this, we have question number 21. Mohan sought the help of 5 consultants who gave the following opinions. These 5 consultants have given 5 opinions. Now, which of the following set of options would support Ram's argument of not using organic vegetables? So, what will prove that we should not use organic vegetables? Tell me. Number 1 will prove that we should not use organic vegetables in Panipat because organic vegetables might be a big success at Connaught Place, but awareness about these vegetables is low among Panipat customers. So if you don't use it, nothing will happen. So this is a valid reason why you should not use organic vegetables. Number 2, the Connaught Place model can be implemented in Panipat provided the business is prepared to face the consequences. Okay, which means the Connaught Place model can be implemented. That means we can use organic vegetables. So number 2 is saying we can use organic vegetables. Yes, we may have to face the consequences, but it's possible for us to use organic vegetables. So this is not proving that you should not use organic vegetables. Number 3 says there are high-end restaurants in Panipat. They use organic vegetables. So using organic vegetables will not be a differentiating factor. So if it will not be a differentiating factor, it is a reason why you should not use it. Number 3 will also work. Number 4, the selling prices of dishes in Panipat are significantly lower. If you use organic vegetables, it will bring down your profits. That is also a reason why you should not use organic vegetables. And premium quality organic vegetables are not easily available in Panipat. That is again a reason why we should not use organic vegetables. Okay, so 1, 3, 4 and 5, which means answer is C. Priyanka, explain 3. If many high-end restaurants in Panipat, if they are already using organic vegetables and you also start using organic vegetables, then you are not doing anything different. You are not doing anything different. You are doing the same thing which everybody is doing. Only when using organic vegetable makes you stand out, you should use it. Otherwise, what is the point? Okay. So question number 21, answer should be C. I think most of you marked C. Coming to number 22. Number 22, Mohan sought feedback from a few of his businessmen friends who were familiar with both the branches. Here is what they said. So these 4 businessmen have 4 different views. If Mohan thinks all these are valid concerns, then which of the following actions would be best for the business? What do you think? Because one guy is saying that the customers of Connaught Place and Panipat are very different. And customers in Panipat are very happy with Ram's behavior. If that is the case, then the Panipat branch should have its different identity. It's different. The customers are different and customers don't have problem with Ram's behavior. So which means that the branch that they have at Panipat, it should have a distinct identity. It should have a distinct identity. Okay. So This is what 1 and 2 tells us. Number 3 tells you Panipat branch does not use the same quality of ingredients, but it maintains good hygiene and taste. So even though same quality is not used, but it maintains good hygiene. So this again is the reason why the Panipat branch should be treated as a separate entity. So these three are reasons why you should treat it as a separate entity. Number 4 tells you, who knows, tomorrow the customers of Panipat might also appreciate what Connaught Place customers appreciate today. Number 4 businessman is telling you that tomorrow the customers of Panipat may want the same things that you get at Connaught Place. So I think the best strategy is D. In order to differentiate the Panipat business, you name the Panipat branch as Ram's, because Ram is taking care of that business. People are happy with his behavior. There's no problem with hygiene and taste. Customers are different. So you give it a different identity. But tomorrow when the customers of Panipat demand the same thing which they get at Connaught Place, then you can change it back to Mohan's whenever it is needed. I think number D is the best strategy. Okay? Number D is the best strategy. Number B, please understand what you're doing. Mohan will have to think, Mohan thinks all of these are valid concerns. So you have to take into account all these concerns. If you mark number B, then you are only talking about businessman number 3. You're only taking into account business number 3. Okay, number A is not possible because Kishan, as far as Ram and Kishan are concerned, Ram is more entrepreneurial in comparison to Kishan. Plus, Kishan does not want to leave Delhi. So it will, even if you train him, he will be reluctant to go and manage the business in Panipat. Okay. The answer for this question should be D for 22. And then we come to 23. After discussing with a few customers, Mohan realized that compromising on the quality of ingredients at Panipat branch may not be a good idea. But at the same time, he also realized that Panipat branch had grown fast. He was contemplating following 5 actions. So which of the following actions would be the best for the future of this business? What should he do? Okay. He should create awareness campaign for organic vegetables in Panipat. But he's not using organic vegetables as of now. So as of now, the branch in Panipat is not using organic vegetables. So why should he create awareness? No, of course not. It should be number B. Because even though, see, please understand, he himself is saying that the Panipat branch has grown very fast. But still he does not want to compromise on the quality. So he can himself go there and look after the Panipat branch. Himself, he should look after the Panipat branch. That does not mean that he is asking Ram to leave. Ram will also be there. Ram will also be there, but if he's so concerned about quality, he can himself go there and look after the Panipat branch. I think number B is going to work. Sending Kishan to Panipat is not going to work because Kishan does not want to go. Closing down the branch is bad idea because the Panipat branch has grown fast. If you hire a new person to run the Panipat branch, this new person may not be as good as Ram, or he may not take care of the quality. There is no guarantee. So Mohan should himself look after the Panipat branch. How would it impact the future of his business? Because it will maintain quality while ensuring growth. Arvind, quality will be maintained. He's concerned about quality, so he can go there and he can maintain quality. Okay, and as it is, the Panipat branch is growing very fast. He can go and check. He can go and check. So he should look after the Panipat branch. Looking after the Panipat branch does not necessarily mean that 24 hours he has to be there. Okay. Okay, now Damini, you are saying compromising on ingredients means not using organic ones. So A sounded apt to me because Mohan prefers to use organic ingredients. Yes, Mohan prefers to use organic ingredients, but from a business point of view, please understand the Panipat branch is doing very well, which means the customers over there don't want, or they are not so finicky about organic vegetables. So why are you trying to create awareness for something which you're not using? First, start using organic vegetables in Panipat and then you start creating awareness. But then even if you start creating awareness, it is not going to be a differentiating factor because there are so many restaurants already using it. Okay, did you understand why A is a waste? Because if organic vegetables had been so necessary, then the business would not have been flourishing, which means organic vegetables, even though it is something which is required in Connaught Place, it is something which is not required in Panipat. As simple as that. Okay. So please take a look. All of you, please take a look. Anything you did not understand? Okay. So now let us go to question number. Okay. What are you saying, Arvind? Let me see. You are saying it is not mentioned and it might be possible that people start using organic in future with necessary knowledge. No, it is mentioned that high-end restaurants are already using. Arvind, yes, it's possible that in the future, everybody demands for organic vegetables. ऐसा हो सकता है. But if it happens in the future, then in the future, okay, I get your point. It was mentioned in the options. But what I'm trying to say is that organic vegetables is not something which is creating a problem because the business is growing fast. Okay, so you are trying to address an issue which is not an issue at all. If customers are demanding organic vegetables and you are not providing them organic vegetables, then that is problematic. If you create awareness campaign for organic vegetables in Panipat, so you are creating awareness about organic vegetables and not your branch. So you are promoting the vegetables and not your restaurant. Okay, is this clear? Okay. So let's now move to the questions that will be taken by Nitin sir. Question number 11. Yeah, it was question number 11 to question number 13. Just a minute. Just a minute. Yes.
Okay. Let me please respond. All right. So let's start question number 11 to 13. There are only 3 questions based on mathematical decision making, you can say. Most of the questions are based on situational decision making. Okay, so I'm giving you approximately 6 minutes for these 3 questions. So, and then we'll start the discussion after 6 minutes. So please start. Let's start with the discussion here. So interesting set. Should I start with the discussion? It is actually based on set theory. Okay. It says Bharat Engineering College, sorry, not Bharat, but Bright Engineering College has listed 20 elective courses for the next term, and student has to choose any 7 of them. Simran, a student of BEC, notices that there are 3 categories of electives, that is J, Q, and G. So basically there are 3 categories of electives. So I can mark these 3 categories as J, Q, and G. So let me draw it here. This is one of the categories J, another category is Q, and the another category is G. So these are the 3 categories here. Okay. So J, Q, and G. Then among these 20 electives, some electives are both job and grade oriented but not quantitative. So JG type. So JG type means what? Only J and G but not Q. So there is a JG type. Then QG type electives are both job and quantitative but not grade oriented. And QG type electives are both quantitative and grade but not job oriented. Simran also notes that the number of QJ type elective is 2 less than the QG type elective, 2 less than the QG type elective. So I can say if the number of JQ elective, it is nothing but, let's say, if it is equal to X. So GQ type, QZ type, it is nothing but that is X plus 2. Any doubts to anyone till this step? Similarly, the total number of QZ type elective. So total number of QZ type elective, it is 2 less than the JG type elective. So less than the JG type elective. So JG type elective will be X plus 4. Okay. And there is only one common elective across all the 3 categories. So there is only one common elective across all the 3 categories. So this is 1. Furthermore, the number of only quantitative oriented electives is same as the only job oriented elective. So this is, let's say, Y, and this is Y. Okay. But less than the number of only grade oriented elective. Grade oriented elective, let's say this is equal to Z. So it is given to us that Y is less than Z. And each elective has at least one registration, and there is at least one elective in each category or combinations of the category. So add all of them. If you add all of them, what is the equation? That is 3x. X is repeating thrice, so my equation will be, I think, it will be 3x plus 2y plus z, which is equal to 4 plus 2 is 6 plus 1 7, so 20 minus 7, that is equal to 30. So is that part clear to all of you? This is the equation. X plus 2, it is given here, na, Damini? Okay. That the total number of QJ type elective is 2 less than QZ. So QJ is X, so the QZ will be X plus 2 because it is 2 less. So if it is X, then it has to be X plus 2. Is that clear? It is given in the question itself. Or you can take this as X, this as X minus 2. It doesn't matter. Both of them are same thing. So we have got this equation, the sum of all the 7 variables equal to 20. So from there you will get this equation. And all of them are an integer. Okay. And all of the values are, it says the minimum, it has here 1 and 1. Now what can be the, if I say, what can be the minimum value of X or maximum value of X? Like if Z is 1 and Y is also 1. Or you can start with anything here. 2, 2 and 3. So you can write down, start writing all the combinations here. Like say, if I say X is equal to 1. Okay, so 13 minus 3, that is equal to 10. So 2y plus z is equal to 10. So what are the possible values of y and z? So I can say, in that case, y is equal to 1, x is equal to 1, y is equal to 1. So 3 plus 2 is 5 and z is equal to 8. That is one of the possibility. Then keep x as 1 and then y is equal to 2. So 2 into 2 is 4, 4 plus 3 is 7, 7 plus 6, that is equal to 13. Is that clear to all of you? Then I can take x is equal to 1 and y is equal to 3. So I can say 3 2 is 6 plus 3 is 9 and 9 plus 4, that is equal to 13 here. And remember, y is less than z. So that's only 3 cases. 118, 126, 134. Any doubts to anyone? Y has to be less than z. Now next case, if I take x is equal to 2. So x is equal to 2 and I'll take y is equal to what? I can take y is equal to 1. Yes or no? So 3 into 2, 6 plus 2 is 8. 8 plus 5, that is 30. Then y is equal to 2. Alright, and z will be equal to 3. So these are the 2 further cases. Next possible solution here. for x, y, z. If I say x is equal to 3, so 3 into 3 is 9 and y is equal to 1. So 9 plus 2 is 11. So z is equal to nothing but that is only 2. Any other possibilities with 3, 1, 2? Please tell me now. No. So let me write down here only 3, 1, 2. So a total of 6 possibilities are there. 6 possible solutions are there. And then we need to solve the questions based on these 6 possibilities. So you can write down all these 6 possibilities somewhere in your notebook so that we can solve the rest of the questions here. So can I move to the next slide now? Okay. Now, it says on her way back, Simran met her friend Raz. Okay. So Simran met her friend Raz and shared the above information. Raz is preparing for the XAT and is only interested in grade-oriented electives. Okay, G. Raj is preparing and is only interested in grade-oriented elective. He wants to know the number of G-type electives being offered. Okay, number of G-type electives being offered. Okay. Simran replied, you have all the information. Calculate the number of G-type electives yourself. It would help your XAT preparation. So Simran says you have got all the information. And what is the total number of G-type electives? So if I go back, so G-type elective, can anyone tell me what is the total number of G-type elective? Add the entire value of G. So if I add the entire this value of G, it will be equal to what? 2x plus Z plus 7, isn't it? 2x plus Z plus 7. So G-type elective, that is equal to 2x plus Z plus 7. Okay. And we can say that there are how many possible values of this equation is there? 2x plus Z plus 7. There are 6 possibilities, yes or no? So can anyone tell me what are the possible values of x and z? So 2x plus z. So here 2 into x plus z here. So tell me what are the possibilities? If I say x is equal to 1, I am saying x and z. So I'll take starting writing the condition x is equal to 1, z is equal to 1. X is equal to 1, z is equal to 2. Yes or no? Then x is equal to 1 and z is equal to 3. Then x is equal to 2 and z is equal to, sorry, galat likh diya. This is I am writing the values of x and y. Can anyone tell me the case by case? X is 1. So if I go back to the previous slide, no, it can't be equal to 0. None of the values can be equal to 0. It is already given in the question. Okay, it is already given in the question. So x is 1, 1, 8, 1, 6, 1, 4. Okay, so let me write down 1, 8, 1, 6 and 1, 4. All right. Then what all other values are there? 2, 5, 2, 3, 3, 2. 2, 5, 2, 3, 3, 2. So 2, 5, 3, 2. Okay, 2, 3. Let me write it again. 2, 5, 2, 3, 3, 2. So these are the 6 possibilities here. Okay, these are the values. So the question here is that which of the following option best fits? It says you have all the information. Calculate the number of G-type elective yourself. It would help your XAT preparation here. Okay, so 2x plus z plus 7. So can anyone tell me in the case of 1 and 8, what is the total sum? If I said x is equal to 1 and z is equal to 8. 8 plus 2 is 10, 10 plus 7, 17, isn't it? In 1 and 6, 2 plus 6, 2 plus 6 is equal to 8 and 8 plus 7, 15. Okay, then I can say 2 plus 4 is 6, 6 plus 7 is equal to 13, isn't it? Then 2 and 5, 2 into 2 is 4, 4 plus 5 is 9, 9 plus 7 is 16. Then in the third case, 2 into 2 is 4, 4 plus 3 is 7, 7 plus 7 is 14. And then 3 into 2 is 6, 6 plus 2 is 8, 8 plus 7 is 15. Okay, now that is the case here. So there can be how many possible answers? Can anyone tell me? 5 possible answers. Okay, it can be 13, 14, 15, 16 and 17. So there are 5 possible answers, option B. Because 15 is repeating twice. So can I move to the next question if this is clear? Okay. Next question, question number 12. Now Simran prefers J-type electives and wanted to avoid Q-type electives. She noted that the member of only J-type elective is 3. Okay, so only J-type elective is 3. So only J-type elective is 3. So let me go back and see. Only J-type elective is 3. Okay. So only J-type elective. That is Y. So the value of Y is equal to 3. So I need to consider this case here. Yes or no? Because only J is Y. So 1, 3 and 4. That's right, Tamini. So 1, 3 and 4. So I need to select the combination of X is equal to 1, Y is equal to 3 and Z is equal to 4. So X is equal to 1, Y is equal to 3 and Z is equal to 4. That we know. Now, once we got this one, then the next step here is Raj preferences G-type elective followed by Q-type elective. However, they want to take as many common electives as possible. What is the maximum number of electives? Okay, so I can just prepare this table here and I can write down all these values quickly. So J, Q and G. Substitute all the values. I'll get this as 3, 1, 3, 5, 1, 3 and this is 4. Is that clear to all of you? Substitute the values of X equal to 1, Y equal to Z and Z equal to 3. Now the question says here, Raj preferences G-type. So Raj is preferring G-type electives followed by Q-type electives. So his first preference is G and then followed by Q-type elective. However, Simran prefers J. Now remember that Simran prefers is J. Okay, Simran prefers J. But the Raj prefers and she wanted to avoid Q. So Simran wanted to avoid Q. Okay. And Raj preference is G-type elective. So Raj preference is G-type elective. And then his next preference is nothing but that is Q-type elective. After G, his preference will be Q-type elective. However, they want to take as many common elective as possible. So they want to take as many as common elective as possible. What is the maximum number of electives that can be common between them without compromising their preference? So can you guys tell me what is the answer? Without compromising on their preference. I think the common elective, it can be maximum number of common elective is what? Yes, that's right. Option C, 5. These are the 5 electives which can be common at the max. Is that clear to all of you? Okay. So let's move to the next question then. 12, 13. Question number 13. Okay. So it says Vijay and Raj want to avoid each other. Vijay is interested in J-type electives and wants to avoid Q-type electives. Raj preference is G-type followed by the Q-type elective. Raj noted that the number of only G-type elective is 2. So only G-type elective is 2. So Raj is only G-type elective is 2. So which combination only G-type? It is 2. So it means Z is equal to 2. Z is equal to 2. So the last case 3, 1, 2. That's right, Tamini. So I need to take X is equal to 3, Y is equal to 1 and Z is equal to 2. So here X is equal to 3, Y is equal to 1 and for this question Z is equal to 2. So this is the case here, X equal to 3, 1 equal to 2. So you can quickly draw the set here again. Okay, J, Q and G and write down all the values 1, 3, 1, 5, 2, 1 and 7. Substitute X, Y, Z, you will get this value. Now tell me, Vijay and Raj wanted to avoid each other. Vijay is interested in J-type elective and wanted to avoid Q-type elective. So Vijay can take these two. He wanted to avoid Q, so he will take 1 plus 7, this is 8. Raj preferences G-type elective followed by Q elective. Raj noted that the here. So is there a possibility that they would not share any common elective? Tell me, is there a possibility that they would not share any common elective? Yes, that is very much possibility. Yes, there is a possibility here. Okay, Vijay, I can say only G by Raj. Yes, that's right. Only G by Raj. So that is very much possible. Now, remember, each one of them has to take a combination of 7 courses, yes or no? That is given somewhere, I think. So can take a combination of, so Vijay, I can say that Vijay can select the course JG, 7 courses from JG. See, JG and 1. There are 8 courses. So Vijay can select out of these 8 courses any 7 courses. Yes or no? There are 7 courses of JG and the 7 courses of J only. So 8 courses. Out of these 8 courses, Vijay can select any of these 7 courses. Okay. And Raj can also take like 2 courses of this from here and 5 courses of this. So that is the possibility that they will not share any common elective here. Is that clear? So that is very much possible. So the answer is A. So any doubts to anyone now, please respond. Okay, so that completes the today's lecture. All right. So good night to all of you and see you all tomorrow. Now, the cutoff for this year paper was, I can tell you the cutoff, let's see how many are, the cutoff for this year paper was for the BM course, that was 7.5 marks, and for the HR, it was 7.25. So how many of you have got more than 7.5 or 7.25? Because you have got enough time for this one. So the BM cutoff was 7.5 and the HR was 7.25 for the XLRI. For XIM Bhubaneswar and other B school, it will be definitely lesser than this, maybe 6 or 5, something like that. Okay, great. So it's not a difficult section, it's easily manageable. So good night to all of you. See you all tomorrow.
Music